The crowd is here because the cars are here. It's time to turn the key and fire up our second day of live coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction from Scottsdale. That lone saguaro cactus had its arm in the air. Maybe it's bidding on one of the 2,000 dream rides to cross the block this week at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Tuesday was a stunner with a tie for the high sale. This restored, customized VW microbus drew $93,000. And late in the evening, this Cadillac Brougham had two phone bidders fighting it out, and it tied for the high sale of the day at $93,000. What will be today's big surprise? Stay tuned. Welcome inside the auction arena. This is the bidder seating area where bidders and their guests watch cars roll across the block and get ready to raise their bidder paddle in hopes of taking their dream ride home. I'm Mike Joy, and I'll help guide you through 6 hours of great cars crossing the Barrett-Jackson auction block, where I'll be joined by Rick DeBrule and Steve Magnante.
Well, thanks a lot, Mike. And you know, this is really the ultimate reality TV show. We have real people buying real cars, and we never know what the big surprise of the day is going to be. I mean, just a little while ago, they had a 1958 Edsel station wagon sell for nearly $60,000. So who knows what it'll be today. And, well, we got a great variety of stuff that's going to be crossing the block. Right, Steve?
Since Wednesday, so that means that cars will be less costly than would be on Friday or Saturday, so more affordable cars. A lot of variety, of course. A lot of Mopars, Fords, GM products, Pontiacs, Chevys. It's all here. A lot of good stuff on the block.
All right, so let's get straight to it, because up on the block right now, we've got a 2007. It's a Mustang, but this one is a GTCS, the rebirth of the California Special on the modern chassis.
Well, the SN97 was really a revolution, retro styling done right. This one, of course, is a convertible, much less common, far fewer were built, more expensive than the hardtops. And the hardtops, of course, were fastbacks, no more sedans in this generation of Mustang, of course. That's what the Fox, which did have the possibility of a sedan, but purely fastback and or convertible. Beautiful car with a 4.6-liter engine. 2 cams on this one here, got the automatic, 6-speed automatic.
Well, and once again, we see this over and over here, but I mean, this is another low mileage car. I mean, this is a car has less than 10,000 miles on the odometer. I think it's like 7,000 miles. And I often wonder, what's the story? Why does it have so few miles? Did somebody buy it and put it away? Did somebody buy it and then this, they had so many cars they didn't need that many? And of course, the original GTCS goes back to 1968. 1968, they decided to create a car that really wasn't a performance car so much as a style car. It had the Shelby scoops on it. It had the Thunderbird taillights in the back. And the idea here was to do the same thing again, but with a little more performance.
Nice touches, too. Factory glass rear window, fabric top, very upscale, old. In the 60s, this would have been plastic. That would have been vinyl, but very high-quality parts on the Mustang.
Now, fellas, note that this one is a right hooker. This car was shipped to Australia and converted to right-hand drive at a cost of $36,000.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I hadn't even noticed that when it first pulled up on the block. That's a really good point. Converting it to right-hand drive and then shipping it back to the United States.
I misspoke. It's not an automatic. This is a 5-speed manual. So the trick is to shift with your left hand. If you're not used to that, you have to learn. There'll be a learning curve on that.
I'm kind of surprised that it didn't end up in the UK or down in South Africa, for example, where they're already driving on the right-hand side of the road. That way they could have the exact car they want in the configuration they want, or more importantly, leave it in Australia. But now it's going to be an interesting story when you buy this and take it off to a car show here in the United States. $16,000.
sends that Mustang to its new home. And in its place rides a Firebird Trans Am. Gold on gold. Rather unique color combination for 1978. That's the Y77 Gold Special Edition.
Well, indeed it is. Also last year for the Banshee-inspired headlights. 1980 or 79 would bring us a modified nose with a urethane and inset headlights, but a lot of people like this. The Banshee was a show car made by Pontiac in 1972, and that led to the styling on this. The Shaker Hood TA 6.6 tells it's a Pontiac 400 under the hood, and a Shaker is always on a Trans Am. Doesn't do anything, but it helps to sell the heck out of Trans Ams. It's sealed shut on the back, but being a TA 6.6 400 also has the 4-speed manual transmission. Pretty rare bird, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, this is from the era when they didn't have a lot of horsepower, but it had plenty of style. You know, this was in the thick of the disco era. It was all about the look if you couldn't have the power. Now, the important thing about this car is they're talking about it as a survivor. They say that this car has a lot of its original paint. It still has its original interior. If you look at various places on the car, you can see a few flaws. You know, you can see some of the paint right here having a few issues. But that's not what this car is about, right? Just because it's got a problem. This is a survivor car. This car has been in this condition for a long time. So very likely this was the original decal that was put on there. You can see how the paint has kind of changed over time, but it's the originality that brings this car value.
Rick, this may have been a Canadian car. I believe the odometer reads in kilometers, not miles. 52,000 of them.
Indeed, Mike, the speedometer is in kilometers. 140 kilometers per mile is the top speed on that dash. Again, metric, being it's a Canadian car.
$35,000, and that Trans Am has a happy new owner. Let's go out to the McGuire staging lanes, and Tyler.
Thanks, Mike. It's early Wednesday, and I can't believe that we're already seeing custom one-off creations to this quality like this. From the nose, it does look like a 1957 GMC sort of industrial commercial pickup truck, but it actually started life as a modern Winnebago. So the frame underneath the chassis, the suspension, everything is comfy Winnebago camper, but obviously very different. Come around, you can look under the hood. It has the side-opening butterfly hood of the 50s. You have a 454 V8 that you would have found in the camper, but then you can see things sort of go back to the 50s here, but with a custom touch. So this cab had a couple of feet added to it of sheet metal to make it extra comfortable on the inside. And then also they put a fleet side bed here, which isn't modified on top, but it is here down lower to extend the wheels back to really just seamlessly fit. Like this is something that existed in the 1950s. Obviously it didn't, and having that modern running gear makes it drive really nice according to the consignor. And you can see that gooseneck hitch in the back, so you can get a big trailer, haul 3 cars home in addition to buying this. Whoever the top bidder is, it's a great practical and just amazing looking cruiser.
And haul 3 cars home. I like the way you're thinking. That's Tyler Hoover, the host of Hoovy's Garage on YouTube. Will be giving us car previews throughout the day and join us up on the block for some. Here's a 68 Pontiac GTO convertible with full Pontiac Historical Services paperwork.
That's a great thing. For a 68 all-new GTO, totally restyled, slightly shorter wheelbase by 2 inches versus 67, a larger car. Also the first year for the Endura front bumper, which is a urethane coating over a steel frame. And this Coke bottle body here would last until 1972 with various upgrades. But again, it's a real 242 GTO as indicated by the VIN.
And it sells for $40,000 up in the skybox. All right, let's go outside and meet April Rose.
Hey, Mike, this is where it's at. I'm in the pre-staging lanes where the cars roll through on their way to the block. They get their last looks. Consigners can shine them up before they cross. And this caught my eye, 1958 Edsel. Now, we sold one a little bit earlier that sold really well. This one is the top of the line trim, the Bermuda trim. So they kind of said yes to everything. And I love this horse collar styling up front. You got the gun sight with the E up there, quad headlights. Come on down because we've got wood paneling for days. Now this isn't real wood. You can kind of hear what it is all the way back. 3 rows of seating. And check out these taillights, because they can be a little confusing, because when you're signaling left, you have this arrow that's pointing right. You know, you got to get used to that probably if you're following it. Now take a look inside. They're known for the TeleTouch gear selectors, that push button gear selector. It's futuristic at the time. It sits inside the wheel. And you know what? When you're moving the wheel, there's a lot of moving parts, which made it, I guess, finicky, right? Mike, is that the right word?
Well, maybe just a little. As kids, we called that typewriter drive because those buttons looked like typewriter keys. But boy, that is a beautiful Bermuda. We're in our second day of coverage here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. We're on FYI until 10 p.m. Then Thursday, 4 to 10, live on FYI. These are all Eastern times. Friday we'll be on the History Channel for 5 hours of coverage and then switch over to FYI. And Saturday we're on the History Channel for 10 hours of auction action from Barrett-Jackson. Always beautiful out here in the Valley of the Sun. What's more beautiful, the scenery or the cars? Welcome back to Scottsdale. We're a 2007 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet with 25,000 miles, just sold for $42,000. Rick?
Well, we're standing by with a couple of people who are a little bit busy today. Craig Jackson, CEO, and of course, Steve Davis, the guy who assembles this entire docket of cars. And first, start off talking about the surprises from yesterday. I mean, a Cadillac and a Volkswagen were the top sellers.
Yes, the Cadillac, we knew who was lined up. We knew that one would get pretty frothy. But the Volkswagen bus actually went to a friend of mine, and he was super elated. And $93,000 was the hammer price on it, but it was a really cool Volkswagen bus, customized. So you never know. Quality cars bring quality money.
Exactly. All right, those were the surprises from yesterday, Steve. You can't predict today's surprises, but what are you looking forward to? What are the special cars for today?
Well, we've got so many, Rick, but the one that really stands out, we had a lot of discussion about this. Actually, Craig, I just mentioned a minute ago. You see a lot of talk about resto mods, and you see a Land Rover with an LS motor, but we've got a vintage Chevrolet pickup with a Mercedes powered under the hood. So Barrett-Jackson brings some of the most incredible cars of all kinds, but when you get one of those special aha moments, it only happens at Barrett-Jackson, and we've got several of those in line today. Muscle cars, we've got a great selection. We just sold some great 50s cars, something for everybody, signature Barrett-Jackson event. Don't wait, come today. You might miss something very cool.
And talking with some of the buyers and sellers, I mean, they think this market's been pretty strong so far this week.
Cars did very well. We have 2 charity cars today, but the first one up is a hydrogen-powered car going for Tech Force. So then next charity is an Indian, but that's one to watch because it's...
Have we ever sold a hydrogen-powered car before?
First. Steve, you know about it.
To what I just said, that car is incredible because when you think about what it represents, it's so cutting edge that no one's ever put a Bel Air together with a checklist, hydrogen engine, yep, got it, done, do it in the garage. But incredible people, incredible cars, don't miss it.
All right, gentlemen, get back to work. We're going to get back into the block where they're selling cars. Mike?
Thanks, Rick. That Chevy Impala SS sold for $32,000. Here's a 1977 Chevrolet K10 pickup in Hawaiian blue.
A beautiful presentation, blue and light blue. That's been radically lifted, probably about a good 10-inch lift kit on this, courtesy of arch springs and spacers between the lead springs and the axles. You can see the spacers. They're cast iron. They're heavy-duty pieces, longer shackles involved, but really rugged-looking piece. Looks like a Tonka truck here on the block.
Big 35-inch BF Goodrich tires on KMC wheels. And this is said to have been a Southern States truck. So hopefully that means no evidence of the tin worm or, road salt rust on this one.
Yeah, this thing is loaded. Has the automatic up on the column, of course, for four-wheel drive. With manual locking hubs, when the going gets tough, you have to get out and turn the worn hub transfer case into low or high and then hit the trail.
The Hammer Falls at $39,500 plus the 10% buyer's premium. It's off to a new home, and you can find all the cars that are coming to the block and see what the ones have sold for that have already been across at Barrett-Jackson.com. Well, the Datsun Z cars started with the 240 in late 1969. Here we are in 1974 for a 260Z with 48,000 miles.
Exactly, the second generation of the Z car, the car that basically took on the British sports car market, wiped it out almost, because this car was so great when it arrived, originally the 240Z. And then by the time this one came out in 1974, there were emissions issues, there were some safety concerns, so they had to boost up the size of the engine from a 2.4 to a 2.6 liter, slightly larger bumpers. But the reality is there were actually fewer of these made, so getting a 260Z is a little rarer than getting a 240Z.
Upgrades made in this 48,000 original mile car. It's got, of course, custom paint, leather interior, which is not born yet from the factory. These are interesting cars. Independent rear suspension and aluminum drums on the back, discs up front.
Yeah, they're saying emerald green was a factory color on this, so that's interesting. Now, this car did weigh about 100 pounds more than the car it replaced, the 240Z. But what's interesting about this car is it retains almost the identical profile of the 240Z. Once they get into the 280Z, well, it begins to change a little bit. You know, as the market was changing, they started to get bigger, a little more comfortable. So this is kind of a good compromise between those original cars and the 280s.
This one with a 4-speed, later one's got a 5-speed, but this one has a new home for $37,000. Among the cars coming up, this 1970 Ford Torino GT Sports Roof with a 429 Super Cobra Jet engine and top loader 4-speed. Just 61,000 miles on this one. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where the hammer falls on this 66 Ford Galaxie 500 custom convertible that was featured in the HBO Max series The Sympathizer, starring Robert Downey Jr. $30,000. Next up, in plum crazy pearl, this 2016 Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat.
When the Challenger reappeared in 2008, I thought it was fantastic. V6 or the 5.7 Hemi. The next year, the 6.2 Hemi, the 6.1, I should say. And then from there, year by year, it's moved from strength to strength. The Hellcat arrived in 2016 with only 707 horse, has since moved up to over 800 horsepower. Factory horsepower, amazing stuff. Right from the showroom floor.
Yeah, this one has less than 10,000 miles on the odometer. And of course, it's more than just the horsepower. There's the braking, the handling upgrades. You know, it's got Brembo 6-piston front brakes, big 15.5-inch rotors. So the great thing about this, you know, in the old days when you got a, you know, really high-performance Challenger, and, you know, back in 1970 or 71, you knew you could get up and go in a straight line. It was braking and cornering that was a bit of a problem. Well, now, not only do you get 707 horsepower, but you get the handling ability to be able to take that on, the braking ability.
$53,000, the hammer price on that Challenger that had only 9,300 actual miles. Well, Tyler showed us this beautiful custom 1957 GMC 500 custom pickup with a big black Chevy engine.
It's really nice. It's a resto mod based on a heavy-duty, like 2-ton truck chassis, and with that, probably a 5-tonner actually is what it was. And the styling on these things emulated the look of the passenger cars, like a 55 Chevy up here, but on steroids. And the hood scoop in the center there is for cooling the engine bay. On a heavy-duty truck like this, you need that.
Yeah, when you look at it, you know it doesn't quite look right, but you're not quite sure why. And then you realize it's like a 12-tenth style car. And see if we can lift this up. No, they've got it locked. But the hood lifts this way. That's where you see the engine. It's actually built on a Winnebago chassis, and everything's a little bit longer. The door's a little bit longer. This cab section's a little bit longer. The wheels much further back in the bed. So, you know, when you're looking at it from a distance, you're like, oh, okay, it's just a fleet side truck. But when you get right up next to it, you realize everything is larger on this.
And it retains the original Winnebago-sourced 454 throttle body injected rat motor under the hood. And of course the 4L80E automatic transmission. So it's reliable Winnebago proven parts under this. Not a hot rod, but very capable of getting down the road.
Yeah, it's got a fifth wheel hitch in the center there. And when you go inside, I mean, look at how nice a job they've done inside. Very modern seats, nice modern dash with instruments. You know, the red and white theme flowing through. Great build. And only about 1,000 miles on it since they put it together.
Well, Rick, it just became the top seller of the day as we head towards $70,000.
And apparently this was a real fleet side bed that they actually took and then did the modifications to it. Once again, moving the wheel back, but keeping all those original aspects of it.
This had the air suspension with the onboard compressor with the airbags at all four corners to elevate or lower it, depending on how you push the button. So electronic air compressors in play.
$78,000 for that extra cab. Beautiful custom. Now, if you'd like to test your collector car knowledge and perhaps win a great prize in the process, you'll want to play our fantasy bid brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You'll try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that'll cross the block this Saturday. The overall winner at the end of all four of this year's Barrett-Jackson auctions will win the grand prize, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Back Plus. And if you're really on your game this week, and you can predict the exact final bid of all 12 fantasy bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. That's the perfect 12 jackpot. So make sure you register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 18. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for official rules. On the block now is a Lakester-looking 32 Ford Highboy Custom Roadster.
Well, 1932, a seminal year for Ford. First year for the V8, possibly the flathead, and of course this body style here, all new again for 1932. A classic vehicle. This is very special. It's a Highboy wherein the body is mounted on top of the frame rails. In other words, high. This is a Hallebrand quick change rear axle. The original Banjo has been replaced by an aluminum structure with spur gears inside, so you can change the ratios by unbolting that, and 20 minutes later you got highway gears or drag gears.
Assembled by the Longley father and son team in Florida, it sells for $27,000. Glad to have you with us. We are just getting started here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale for Wednesday. Such beautiful cars on display here at Barrett-Jackson, where it's a car show, it's a car auction, and it's a classroom. As older enthusiasts telling their sons and daughters all the details of the cars they remember from their youth. And they're all going to find new homes at no reserve. Like that Chevy Corvette that just rolled off the block, that's 69 with a 427. Has a new home for $70,000. And here's the Torino GT Sports Roof we previewed earlier with the 429 Super Cobra Jet engine and under 62,000 miles on the clock.
The Super Cobra Jet has a J engine code in the fifth spot, 375 horsepower, full bolt mains, 11.3 to 1 compression, which is a bunch for 1971. Right at the very 1970, right at the very beginning of the crunch. And 1971, the compression was tumble. And on the left-hand side of you see a Autolite rev limiter. That thing right there is a rev limiter to protect the engine from overspeeding. That interrupts ignition at about 6,300 RPM to save that 429 from self-destruction.
A lot to like about this. Everything. First off, let's start with this paint. I mean, this Calypso Coral. This is a factory paint. Of course, this is the sports roof, and as I recall, for 1970, if you were getting the Torino GT, your only option was to get the sport roof. And of course, as Mike knows, the whole purpose of this was to go fast in NASCAR.
You know, I had one of these, Rick. It was Grabber Yellow. Bought it at the Palm Beach Barrett-Jackson auction. We had a lot of fun with it. A lot of torque, a lot of acceleration. Didn't like the corners so much.
Oh, but that was that era. That's what we were talking about. You know, the fact that these cars were great at getting up and going in a straight line quickly. It was the cornering ability. And when they were, changed for NASCAR, well, there were a lot of different parts to help them do that.
$85,000 makes that the top seller of the day so far. Must have been the Shaker hood. Now here's Craig Jackson to tell us about a really sharp pickup you're going to see cross the block Saturday.
We have a 1957 Chevrolet 3100 Custom, and I do mean custom pickup truck. This was designed and built by Stafford's Garage. It is powered by a new 525 horsepower LS3 crate engine paired with a Stage 3 Gearstar 4L70E automatic transmission. That's a 4-speed. Let's light it up and hear it. You look through here, the inner fender wells, the phony valve covers covering the cams up on it, the attention to detail. This is a work of art itself, the air cleaner. I just love how that all flows into the valve covers. Looking inside of here at the Apex leather that is done on the inserts of it, the custom console. This is hot rod award-winning work on a pickup truck.
And on the block right now, hammer falls at $65,000 on that 1970 Chevy Camaro Z28 Rally Sport with a 410 gear. I've got a 1960 El Camino restored here in Phoenix by the late Patrick Pogran, and it's just one of my favorite cars. Here is its cousin, the Chevrolet Biscayne, but I don't know, fellas, something proportionally has changed here.
Yeah, you look at this thing when it's driving down the road, it kind of catches your eye. You're like, wait a minute, what have they done here? And we want to go in the engine compartment in a moment, but the first thing we have to do is look down the side because they're calling this a shorty. What they've done is they've basically chopped the whole roof off here, shortened the chassis, so it goes straight from here right down there. And once again, you look at it and you're like, something's wrong, but I'm not quite sure what.
It is pretty bizarre. Shorter wheelbase, of course. They've gotten rid of the X-frame. It has a custom tube frame underneath, 9-inch Relaxo four-link stuff. Kind of like a grown-up, like a Power Wheels car. It's an interesting little critter, but totally custom. 2 seats, of course, big bench up front, no back seats. I like it. Nice paint job and crazy bodywork.
I have only one question. Why?
Why not, I think, is the obvious answer to that. And for what it's worth, they've also not just done the body work. I mean, they've got a nice 5.7-liter Vortec engine up front. They put Wilwood disc brakes on it. So they've gone the distance in doing a lot of changes. And I love the fact they use this body.
Well, that fellow and the underbidder appreciated the customizer's vision, and he is the new owner for $35,000 of that 60 Chevy Biscayne full custom. How about a Jeep? Let's go to 1968 for this Commando Custom.
Well, it's a Jeepster Commando. Remember, the original Jeepster came along in 1949, I believe. 4-cylinder, 2-wheel drive only. Well, they had a second go-around with the Jeepster Commando. This is a special version, very heavily customized with the small block 383 Chevy under the hood, heavy-duty axles front and rear, major lift kit with spaces between the frame and the body, and also between the axle and the leaf spring.
Yeah, the whole purpose of the Jeep Commando initially was to go after the Scout market, but then in 1966 it became all about the Bronco market. So this was really a Bronco competitor in its day. As you mentioned, a 383 cubic inch stroker engine. They built about 13,000 Commandos in 1966, but boy, or 1968, but none of them that look exactly like this. I mean, this is pretty wild, and I wonder if the original owner who bought this a long time ago could see it now.
As a kid, Tonka made a little die-cast or tin model of a Bronco, a toy, or not a Bronco, but the Jeepster. If you had that as a kid, it was a good little toy to play with in the sandbox, but this ain't that, but this is readily modified. Of course, bed liner paint on the body here, so it'll never scratch. It doesn't have to be waxed or cleaned. Pretty brutal looking creature, I like it.
And they had a variety of different body styles you could get. I mean, there was a Roadster, which was essentially a convertible. They had a wagon, the hardtop like this. They also had a pickup, a half cab variation as well. So I think they were thinking pretty advanced in their concept of what people were going to want in the sport utility world, even though we really weren't calling it that at that point in time.
Which are often powered by Buick supplied Buick V6 engines in their day. I think 160 horse, fairly potent for what it was. I believe V8s were impossible, not sure, but no four-bangers in these, mostly V6 powered, again, sourced from Buick.
$27,000 is the hammer price as the sold sticker goes on. So as you walk around Barrett-Jackson, you can look at all the cars that have sold and see the hammer price right there on the windshield. There are so many great car events occurring in Scottsdale this week, and the VIP dinner was a standout. Ocean 44 rolled out the red carpet for Barrett-Jackson's close friends on Monday for a night of camaraderie and incredible food to kick off auction week. Just another reason why Barrett-Jackson is the world's greatest collector car auction. Here's a 1973 Camaro Z28 being sold at $40,000, LT1 small block, 4-speed. But in 73, they switched to hydraulic lifters. Horsepower was down, but it still has that same great shape that dated back to the 1970 and a half cars. Beautiful. A little earlier is this, a 1968 Chevy Camaro convertible. What's very interesting about this car is the interior has been cribbed from a 2004 Pontiac GTO and grafted into this Camaro.
It seems so has the engine. This car has a 123 VIN prefix, so it was a 6-cylinder car when it was originally built, but now has an LS1 5.7, good engine, aluminum heads, aluminum block, a lot of power, lightweight.
All right, so let's go look inside and see how well this works. Because once again, from a 2004 Pontiac GTO, you can see it's got the big, huge dash here. Completely different look in terms of a much more modern style. And I'm not sure whether I like it as much as I'd like the original, but I got to give them credit because grafting that in there could not have been an easy process.
The stock suspension is still in the back. It's a unique monoplate leaf spring. GM had these things, had a patent on them, use them in Novas as well. Instead of multi-leaves, just a single leaf with varying thicknesses tapered at each end. Provides suspension for the back. It's a pretty good job of suspending the car. Not so great for accelerating, noted for axle hop, but otherwise an efficient way of doing two jobs with one part.
And really, this is all about driving. I mean, once again, you've got that much more modern interior with a lot more comfort. You got a much more modern engine. It's got power steering, power brakes, air conditioning, tilt steering, dual power seats inside. So this is really all about, having that old school style with some very modern comfort and convenience.
$37,000 takes that sharp Camaro to its new home. Here's April.
Hey, Mike, you might like this. This is pretty sweet. 1948 Chrysler Town and Country. And I love looking at all the hood ornaments out here. They're all a work of art. You could just spend all day doing that. And check this out. Right on top of these auxiliary lights, it says Mopar. You think that might be a more modern term? No, they used it way back in the day. Now, these are really cool. This was the last year they used all real wood on these. This is solid construction. You got mahogany and ash right here. But, I mean, check out this door. Full wood. There might be a steel plate that they bond it to in there, but like this, you need a craftsman to work on these. Take a peek inside. You got that cool plaid insert, huge wheel with that horn ring, and right in the center, that grill is the radio speaker. Now check this out also up top. I mean, this has lasted quite a long time. These pieces of wood are very thin. This is a rare wood rack up here. That's a rare option. Keep on coming back. I love the Art Deco styling tail lights. And in the 40s, you'd have that third brake light back there. Now the power inline 6 with the fluid drive transmission, which makes it smoother and easier to drive. Mike, it was actually advertised back in the day. So easy, a woman could drive it. I feel like they underestimated us back in the 40s.
Beautiful wood, nice rack. I'm glad, April, you finally found at least one car here that's older than me. Here's a 1998 Panoz AIV Roadster.
Well, AIV stands for Aluminum Intensive Vehicle, and that's what this was all about. And check that out in the trunk. That's its own bespoke toolkit that sits into a special box that folds up. But this was all about performance, and once again, it was also about experimentation. And I sometimes point out, this is what folks wanted the Prowler to be. You know, the fact that it had a much bigger engine under the hood. It had a lot more horsepower with that same Prowler-ish kind of styling.
And Panoz had a close relationship with Ford. They sourced their 4.6 Cobra motor from Ford. Also, the instrument panel is from the Ford Cobra Mustang. The 180 speedometer, 6,500 RPM tachometer. They're straight out of the Mustang Cobra right there.
10,500 miles on this one. Don Panoz, great enthusiast, owned IMSA for a time. Rode Atlanta. His son Danny had a lot to do with the building of these cars and at least one other bespoke Panoz offering. $83,000. Number 2 for today was that 98 Panoz. And rolling to center stage is a 1972 Chevy Chevelle Malibu Custom Coupe.
72 was a pivotal year because final year for the Chevelle, the Colonnade style, replaced this in 73, kind of bulkier, but this was born originally an H-Code 354 barrel car, now has a 7.2 or 6-liter LS motor with a 480 automatic, and beautiful LS engine of the great swapper. This one has an iron block, interestingly enough, probably a truck block, and aluminum heads, plastic intake manifold, a lot of power right there. Small package, a lot of power.
You know, it's amazing what you can do these days with parts that are being sold to you. I mean, the fact that you can get a crate engine and just plug the thing in. And of course, on the outside, this looks just as good, that Hugger orange paint. And by the way, this came as a Hugger orange car.
Let's have a look as it goes over the chassis camera. The chassis cam here. There's underside of that 6-liter aluminum V8, aluminum oil pan. There's the 480 automatic transmission, open drive, of course. Nice exhaust system right there. Big mufflers, coil springs, Hotchkiss system in the back. 12-bolt rear axle, brand new gas tank. Nice and crisp underneath.
Of course, the high water mark for these cars, 1970. That's the one everybody, for the most part, wants. But why not get a 1972? Not quite as valuable on the market, but the reality is they look almost identical to a 1970. And you can buy it for less money going in the door, fix it up like this, and boy, most people on the street are never going to know that you didn't spend the extra money to get a 1970 or 1971.
These cars had the same engines as the 71s, but the government made all the car manufacturers, quote, net horsepower instead of gross. So a lot of enthusiasts thought that these didn't have as much power as those from the year before, but they did. There's the happy, successful bidder for $40,000 for that sharp Chevelle. And they just keep coming to the Barrett-Jackson auction block, one car and truck at a time.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. A beautiful day here in Scottsdale. No bad weather to worry about here, unlike the rest of the country getting ready. But one thing we are getting ready for is the beginning of the original Bronco Customs crossing the block here at Barrett-Jackson. So this is the first one, and people go crazy for these. This one, a 1970. The biggest engine you get in 1970 was a 302 cubic inch V8, but this one's been upgraded to a 351 cubic inch, as well as adding air conditioning, aluminum radiator, all the modern conveniences. And as you can see, this Bronco has been lifted and it's been cut. So you have those nice off-road all-terrain tires, and the rear quarters have been cut to make room for those big rear wheels. But also, on the roof, you see that rack, you see all the accessories, you see everything there to basically make this thing really fun off-road. I know Mike liked April's rack earlier with that Woody, but Mike, what do you think of my rack?
I think this one looks very much more purposeful than the wooden rack on top of that Chrysler Town and Country. All right, a Bentley Continental GTC convertible just sold for $49,000. Here's a 2011 Aston Martin Vantage S.
James Bond, your car has arrived. All right, a little subtle for James Bond, but boy, what a great look. This 2011, the Vantage S. Of course, the Vantage S was the high-performance version of the V8 Vantage. Got that 4.7-liter engine that pumps out 430 horsepower, because that's what it was all about. Not a huge increase over the base, but enough to give you more performance. You know, it also had better chassis dynamics. I mean, there was so much nicer about this. Not a massive leap in price. Once again, not a massive leap in performance, but everything just a little bit better for this generation of the Vantage. Had quicker steering ratio, larger brakes, revised suspension tuning. It had better stability control. And once again, you know, it wasn't just about going fast. It was the ability to go fast in corner as well. Although I sometimes wonder, people who are buying these cars, and I seem to remember that there was a certain Mike Joy who had one. Did you really go fast in corner well in these?
Not so much, Rick. It was a great touring car. It made no pretensions at being a track car, but mine was a convertible. Yeah, great to drive. That one, 22,000 miles, $45,000. Here's the 58 Edsel Bermuda 9-passenger station wagon, top-of-the-line car that April previewed.
First year for Edsel, and sort of a controversial styling touch on the front of this thing. Bizarre mating of horizontal and vertical themes. The hoods are interesting. They open from the back with latches at their tail. Space age stuff, and these were clinics with people, and Chrysler, Ford put a lot of money into the building of these things, and with that said, they were a flop on the market. There you go.
Hey, there's something I never knew. As Cliff lifted the hood goes up, but the grill stays in place. Wow.
You know, and really that's part of the problem with the Edsel. There were so many things they tried to do with it. They wanted to be all things to all people, like that teletouch transmission. You know, it's on the steering wheel. And I think earlier April made the point that sometimes it could be finicky, or more importantly, sometimes it just didn't work.
With that teletouch, there's actually an electric solenoid on the transmission under the car, mounted in a little tin box, and if it rained or snowed and that thing got rusty, it didn't work very well. It was electronic, whereas Rambler and Chrysler used a cable, so it's electronically operated by buttons in the middle of the steering wheel. The teletouch transmission.
$47,000 will send that to a new home. Now that Edsel just had, well, regular stock hubcaps. But we've seen cars here at Barrett-Jackson with some really wild wheels. Here's Rick.
When it comes to customs, some folks like classic performance, but others, well, they want to let their imagination run to create some wild wheels. And one look at this 1963 Chevy, you know the body's relatively stock? Sitting on top of that Chevy 409 is the wildest blower you have ever seen, mated up to a 2-stage supercharger. But take a closer look, and it's the scroll work that will amaze you. So much of that engine has been engraved, and I haven't even talked about the 24-karat gold plating. Now, someone thought way out of the box for this thing, a street-legal Radio Flyer wagon. It started life as a 2004 Mazda pickup. Oh, but that body is long gone, and a massive wagon has taken its place. Now, I know you thought your wagon was fast when you were a kid, but this Radio Flyer will do 65 miles an hour, so you'd better hold on. How about a Greyhound? Not a dog or a bus, but a Greyhound Escorter built for the 1964 World's Fair in New York. Greyhound had these built to move VIPs around. It's got 3 wheels, and it's powered by a 2-cylinder motor. And finally, most people in the United States have never seen a Volvo TP21, and no one in Sweden has ever seen one like this. Originally a military vehicle, this command car now has a 572 cubic inch Chevy engine that pumps out 620 horsepower. It's jacked up with massive tires, and inside, a satellite TV, a PlayStation, and a huge stereo. It takes truly wild imagination to make these wild wheels.
I guarantee you, every time you come to Barrett-Jackson, you're going to see something you've never seen before. And there it is. Look at the handle to pull that wagon. Oh my gosh, such fun. That is in the staging lanes and headed for the auction block shortly. Right now, there's a 1938 Ford Business Coupe Custom that's only been driven 6,000 miles since its build.
1938 was the first year for hydraulic brakes on Ford and Mercury products, which actually Mercury arrived in 39. With that said, it's been fully modified with Wilwood disc brakes all the way around, which are hydraulic, of course. And nicely done pearlescent paint, candy apple red, big dual exhaust system, 6-liter LS2 fuel-injected motor, 480 overdrive automatic transmission.
Well, the folks here love it. We're at $100,000, and I can easily see why.
And that is the first six-figure sale of the auction. Wow. And we're just getting started. If you're an ultra-high performance sports car enthusiast, you'll want to be with us Saturday on the History Channel, where all of these beauties will cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block. Ford GTs, liquid-cooled and air-cooled Porsches, oh my. But right now, occupying the block is this 1970 customized Ford Bronco.
This one has been what they call a cut. The rear wheel openings in the stock Bronco are kind of skirted and don't make much room for big tires. So it's been cut, and sort of a Baja style fender flare has been added all the way around. They're plastic, and again, wheel clearance for plenty of tire and off-roading. A lot of body lift.
Yeah, normally when you talk about cutting a body, you know, people go, well, should you do that, should you not? In the Bronco world, it's pretty much the norm. Very rarely, in fact, we see one that hasn't been cut. I mean, yeah, they cross the block, but not nearly as many as we see with these larger wheel openings in the rear. Now, you could debate where the sport utility world started. In fact, some people don't realize Crossley, that company that built small cars, after World War II, had a model called the Sport Utility. But I would argue that the sport utility craze, well, it started with the Bronco when it came out in 1966.
Imagine owners of International Scouts might argue with that. The Scout
I'm not saying they built them, but the craze itself, when people really began to love and realize that's what they wanted, you know, the Scout had already laid the groundwork, but this Bronco took it and ran with it.
And good news, if you want a brand new Bronco, Gateway Broncos can sell you a brand new Bronco, either complete or the tub itself, and you can turn it from there. So this is an original Bronco body, but if you want a rust-free body, Gateway Classics makes them.
Spirited bidding here, 3 different bidders, 1 on the stage and 2 out in the bidder seating area. Who's going to get it?
Yeah, and one of the gentlemen who's bidding on it now, generally came out of nowhere, suddenly threw his hand up and started bidding. So obviously he saw it on the block and realized he liked it. And I tell you right now, at this price, good deal.
$42,000 for that custom Bronco. Now, there's no way to guess what's coming up next on the auction block, but if you go to Barrett-Jackson.com, you can certainly get a preview of what's headed for the block and see what the cars and trucks that have already sold have done here in Scottsdale. How about this, a 1960 Ford Thunderbird convertible that's been a multiple prize winner.
The Squarebird arrived in 1958, and the only thing it shares with the Babybirds was the forward tilting hood. Beyond that, these had the ability to have 4 people, 4 seats, of course. And 1958, the first year for these things, they actually had coil spring rear suspension, which was to make way for a possible air suspension. Never happened, so they went to leaf springs in the back for 1959 and beyond.
You know, a lot of people for a long time did not respect this car. Quite frankly, they loved the Babybird, the 55, the 57. This car, which was designed for the baby boomers who were having kids and wanted a back seat, came out in 1958. Got rid of that 2-seater and massively outsold it. I mean, this year in particular, in 1960, they sold 92,000 of these things. When they went into the 1960s, the numbers held, massively outselling what the Babybird did before. So different styling. Like I say, in the collector world for a long time, I don't think they got the respect. Now, this one in particular does.
The Continental kit we see here is not factory. It's an aftermarket accessory, and this sort of pays tribute to the 1956 Thunderbird, which did 57 Thunderbird, or 6 Thunderbird, which did have a Continental kit on the back. So the themes were consistent. Massive car, outside and in. Any sporting pretense for the Thunderbird was gone with the arrival of the Square Bird in 1958.
One bidder on the floor, one on the internet. This Thunderbird has resided in Galena, Kansas, Huntington Beach, California, and has been in Alabama since 2012.
Well, there is a lot to love about this. Looking at it up close, I mean, it's not just the paint. It's the way the interior has been done. All the work underneath, the engine compartment. I see why it's bringing this money.
$62,000 over the internet for that 64 Thunderbird convertible. April?
Hey, Mike, I found something really cool. I love these 1972 Suburban. Now, these were used a lot for ambulances and school buses back in the day, and this one has the cool 3-door configuration. You got 2 doors on the right side to open up and let passengers in and out, and 1 door on the driver's side. Now, this one's been lifted, as you can see. You got those massive 35-inch tires with the big treads. It's also got modern power. It's got a supercharged 5.3 LS 8-speed transmission, so it can do highway speeds comfortably. You know what, Mike? I think it's time for me to get a bidder's pass because I need to add this one to the collection.
Well, maybe Tyler will loan you his. That's pretty sharp. Large and in charge. Here in a decidedly non-stock color combination is a 56 Ford Thunderbird.
Well, we were just talking about the Square Bird, which is the body that followed this style. This is a 1956, the middle of the run. But I pointed out they sold more than 90,000 of the 1960 models. This year, they sold 15,000. That's why they went to the 4-seaters.
And this one just sold for $40,000. Oh, I love this. Long and tall. My mom had the 4-door version of this. It's a 1959 Cadillac Coupe de Ville.
Probably the tallest tail fins in the industry, 1959. Here it is on display. Massive stuff. And as you said, Mike, these are also available in 4 doors and convertibles. This one had a 390 cubic inch Cadillac V8. It rides on air suspension now, which has been added to the car. Big drum brakes all the way around. Just massive and nicely restored. The chrome work on this is easily worth $5,000 or $10,000 to get that chrome done. It's really nicely done.
But everybody knows what the 1959 Cadillac is all about, and it's these tail fins, massive, way off the ground. And of course, is there anything more iconic than the lights themselves with the fin rising up above it? I have seen these used on so many customs over the years. Heck, there's keychains you can buy with those. The massive fin, it just defines the ultimate in the fin era. You know, this car was expensive in its day, but we look at the price now and we go, well, okay. I mean, it cost, I think the base price on this was like $5,300, $5,300. Now, at the time, back in the 1950s, depending upon where you were, you could practically buy a house for that.
Someone just bought it for $40,000. There's the new owner of that Cadillac DeVille. Among the cars coming up is a 1987 Buick Grand National with exceptional paperwork, including the original bill of sale, factory order sheet, vehicle delivery report, advanced price sheet, and complete owner's manual set. Outside the auction arena here in Scottsdale, lots of vendor displays and places to enjoy a very wide variety of food and drink as you watch the auction vehicles roll by on their way to a new home. Now on the block is this 2016 FBI Custom Trike that had an original purchase price exceeding $120,000.
Yeah, and you look at it and you can see why. I mean, so many custom touches on this. It's got that 131 cubic inch Jim's Performance race engine, 7-speed transmission, but really it's the custom work that really sets this off. I mean, the paint, when you run your fingers over this, all of those layers of paint, there is no seam. You can't feel anything on there. And when you think about motor tricycles like this one, the reality is there's two different kinds. There's this classic style with 2 tires in the rear, and then there's tricycles with 2 in the front. And we've got one of those coming up.
With only
This is
1,800
131
actual
cubic
miles,
inch.
that is hammered sold for $40,000. This next item I'm really intrigued by. I may have ridden behind this at the New York World's Fair in 1964. It was previewed earlier, and it was also featured in the Walt Disney film Tomorrowland, starring George Clooney, just about a decade ago. It's a 1964 Greyhound Escorter.
And the purpose of these was that they were escorting VIPs. Like you said, you were probably walking around behind it, because at that point you didn't qualify as a VIP. My wife, for example, was at the 64 World's Fair. I don't think she got a ride in one of these. It's got a really interesting build. It's got a little 2-cylinder motor that powers this whole thing. But can you imagine? It was all about the future back in 1964. It was the World's Fair here in the United States. Back when they used to have the concept of the World's Fair. It was to bring all the various countries together and show off what they could do. And this was a way for both the United States and New York and Greyhound to show the future and what they could do. This little escorter, really cool looking.
Only 3 of these are known to survive, and this is the first one that has been offered for public sale. It's got a rebuilt 2-cylinder engine driving a hydraulic pump that propels the front wheels by dual Char-Lin motors.
One of the things I love back here are the tail lights, right? I mean, it's actually venting from underneath, but they look like tail lights. They look like something that would be on an automobile. So I think they've done a great job in the way they've designed this. And of course, you see where the driver sits. He's got his own little perch in the back with his VIPs that would be riding around in the front.
Rick, those are 63 Plymouth tail lights, right off of Belvedere.
All right, so for just a moment, I'm going to be a VIP here, pretending I'm at the World's Fair. And you think about it, how perfect. I've got the driver behind me, no obstructed view. I'm cruising around, enjoying all the displays and everything that the 1964 World's Fair had to offer. I mean, this was truly a premium ride back in that day.
Well, Rick, for $32,000, it could have been yours, as that is the hammer price. Wonder what theme park that is headed for. You like whimsy? Take a look at this. Didn't everybody have a radio flyer wagon as a kid or something like it? Well, somebody wanted the full-size self-propelled version, and here it is, constructed on a 2004 Mazda pickup chassis.
It was a 2-wheel drive pickup. You can see the coil springs and the lower control arms in effect. Factory Mazda stuff, but a good platform, literally, to put this bed onto.
Now, the Radio Flyer name actually goes back more than 100 years. I think the first Radio Flyer wagons were built in about 1923. And when you see this one of the things I love, by the way, if you could look inside for just a second, check out the steering wheel. It actually looks like it's a wheel from a wagon. I love the touches that they put on this. But the point being, this looks like it's really just a giant Hot Wheels car. I can see this up on the rack. My grandson going, hey, can I have that one?
Heavy grade fiberglass construction on the body of the wagon, literally. Engines up front under the carpeted cover.
According to the consignor, it is capable of going 65 miles an hour. The nice thing is it's got nice, comfortable seats in there. The only thing you have to be careful of, though, is with that big handle hanging off the front, you've got to be careful of your overhang. Now, I will point out, it's very important to say, that this does not flex forward. It is bolted down. So it does have a pivot point. If you disconnected this, then this could swing forward, but that's not what it's designed to do. It's designed to stay in place the whole time. Just remember, I'm not sure how high that is, but low overhangs are going to get you in trouble.
I see headlights and tail lights, and this does have a vehicle identification number.
The rear suspension's an unusual combination of the original leaf springs cut in half after the rear axle supplemented by some coil springs. The original leaf spring you can see right here has been cut in half because otherwise it would be this far out, sliced off with a coil spring to supplement it as the suspension.
Yeah, it looks like the quarter leaf springs on a, I don't know, a Bug-Eye Sprite. Well, there's the new owner for $45,000. Somebody's going to have a lot of fun with that. Maybe on a street near you. Tyler.
Well, we have a 1,000 horsepower mid-engine Corvette selling on Super Saturday, the ZR1, an incredible machine. But this is sort of a what if. What if they were doing it in 1963? Obviously, there were some mid-engine Corvette concepts years before the C8 Corvette, but this one is fully realized and fully insane. So you can see the hood, no engine in the front here, and the cooling gills going through the radiator to replicate sort of what the 63 hood would have been. But no engine. If you look down, the door is on this crazy axis here as far as the suicide door, but going way out just to totally blow people's minds. And then you can see, yeah, it is a 63. It is a split window if you look at it, but hoisted way up in the air, controlled electronically to house this mid-engine huge twin-turbo V8 under here. It's tuned probably around 1,000 horsepower, hooking up to the rear wheels. You can see a really nicely done racing fuel cell here to match the lines of the body, and the rear quarter is stretched considerably. You can see how far back it goes. The proportions completely changed from a normal 63 Corvette. The consignor tells me he bought it at Barrett-Jackson a few years ago and has only driven it a couple of times because it is totally crazy. You can imagine the power this thing puts out with those twin turbos to the rear wheels. This thing's a monster.
And for about the third time today, I get to say, never have I ever. Wow. Here is a 1965 Ford Mustang 2+2. $40,000, the hammer price. And now something, to me, is really special. Brock Yates was a good friend, one of my heroes, and he was a commentator for Barrett-Jackson on Speed Vision in the early days. And he commissioned this 1956 Novi Indy car to be built with a V8 Maserati engine, 2-speed gearbox, and Winters quick change rear end.
Well, it does have a Maserati engine, so that's interesting, but it's done as an homage, shall we say, to the great Novi racers that were racing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the Indy 500. They ran in the early 40s all the way up through the 60s. And boy, these things just had massive, massive horsepower in their day. Although the irony was it was the fastest car never to win the Indy 500. There was always some problem that came along. But when you talked about the Novi engines, boy, they were just huge horsepower, great performance. And that's why Brock Yates had this built, so it could look at that classic style with that Novi name.
Gary Babineau Auto Works built this as a faithful recreation of the original Novi. Yates was an associate editor of Car and Driver magazine, as well as a frequent commentator on TNN and other networks. And in the magazine business, he was called the assassin by some of the Detroit manufacturers because his reviews of their cars were very blunt and very honest and not always complimentary.
And Brock Yates may well have been the inspiration for the Plymouth Roadrunner. He did an editorial in Car and Driver, I believe, and saying that Plymouth needed to make a low-buck car, and the Roadrunner was probably a result of that article.
$33,000 for that beautiful Novi race car replica.
All right, it is my honor to welcome Top Fuel World Champion Clay Millican. Clay, welcome to Barrett-Jackson.
Thank you so much. I am excited.
There we go.
Thank you guys so much. I'm pumped up to be here. I'm excited for this car that's here. It's one of a kind, internal combustion. Y'all know me, I'm a Hemi guy. She got a Gen 3 Hemi. Me and Jeff Lutz built this thing with the help from a lot of people, but I want you all to know every dollar, thanks to Mr. Craig Jackson, every dollar is going to tech school scholarship funds. And trust me, we need those tech kids. We need people working on cars. We need people doing electrical work, plumbing work, you name it. That's what every dollar, that's what this car is about. It is built for the future. CRC made this happen, and Craig Jackson, thank you for allowing us to be here. You guys are awesome. Thank you, guys.
It's a team effort. Raising money for charity is something that Barrett Jackson, it started as a charity car show. We love it. But our charities we pick have to do with, we love our military, we love youth, and we do have a huge demand for trained technicians. As Jim Farley said, they got 6,000 empty bays at Ford alone. And we need to help train our next generation. They can't just be living in the virtual world. The real world still exists, and this is what helps it.
Amen to that. I tell you what, every dollar, when you get ready to raise that card up, every dollar is going to help a young person learn how to work with their hands, and we're pumped up and excited about it. I'm ready.
Let's tell us a little bit about the car.
This is lot number 3000. It's the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air Custom Coupe. You heard Clay reference the fact it's got a 5.7-liter Gen 3 Hemi V8. It's got an Edelbrock supercharger, 500 horsepower, got a 4-speed automatic transmission, and as you heard Craig mention, only at Barrett Jackson, 6-time world champion for the NHRA Top Fuel Division, Clay Millican.
And hydrogen powered. This is the first hydrogen powered vehicle we have sold at Barrett Jackson. And we said years ago, you're going to see electro mods, and next it's going to be hydro mods.
So what's so beautiful about this, Mr. Mike Copeland allowed us to sell this technology, 0 carbons coming out of this thing, and it is the first ever internal combustion engine that will ever be sold. It's a hot rod, it's clean and green, and no matter what happens, all this green talk, somebody's grandkid will have the ability to hear a screaming V8, and that's what this is all about.
Joseph, let's raise some money for a great
go.
charity.
Here we go.
Well, as he was mentioning, the first time we've ever seen a hydrogen-fueled car go across the block here at Barrett Jackson, and it's not as simple as, you know, putting like a compressed natural gas tank in the back. Making the conversion is not easy.
Speaking of conversions, this one has a Chrysler engine, not the usual LS or a Coyote. That's a Gen 3 Hemi, 5.7 again, modified to run on hydrogen. And Arlington Performance is one of the leaders in Gen 3 Hemi development. You can buy aftermarket parts, crate engines from Arlington, and they're the ones who created this engine.
Now I see one of Clay Millican's fire suits there at the rear of the car. One of the attendants is holding that, and I believe that will accompany the car to the winning bidder.
Charity.
Yeah, not just to work on cars, but to work on classic cars. I mean, the folks who have the ability, the craftsmen who have those skills, starting to die off. It's great that there are some programs around the country, though, that can teach those skills. And boy, this is a perfect example of what happens when you look forward. Think about the hydrogen fuel cells and the hydrogen fuel that comes in this, together with that classic old school muscle.
I wore this, and we not only won one Top Fuel National event, we won 3. We won the Route 66 Nationals, we won the Gateway Nationals, and we won at Bandimere on the mountain. That's going with the car. Let's keep rolling on this thing, y'all. Let's go. Let's go.
Beautiful build. I mean, pays tribute and respect to the lines of the 57 Chevy without overbearing them, but nice big aftermarket rims, of course, on this. Massive wheels, billet rims, modern suspension, four-wheel disc brakes, of course, independent rear suspension. Just a beautiful example of engineering and fun.
And of course, 100% of the hammer price goes to the cause. That's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. There's no buyer's commission, no seller's commission involved.
The winning bidder will write the check directly to the Tech Force Foundation. $100,000 to the Tech Force Foundation.
Thank you, one and all. This is fantastic.
A great car for a great cause, and much more to come here in Scottsdale. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where the last 3 cars sold included that Sharp 87 Buick Grand National with the exceptional collection of original paperwork. It hammered sold for $48,000. Just being pushed from the center of the auction block put a little more pressure on the bidders. Is this custom 68 Chevy Camaro?
Well, I'll tell you what, this beautiful black paint will show just about any flaw. If there's the tiniest scratch, it's the very slightest ripple in the body, you will see it. And up here on the block, this one shows nice. And it's been murdered out. I mean, the chrome is gone. They've blacked out both the bumpers in the front and the rear. Red interior. Boy, it really shows up well. Massive pieces of rubber on the front and the rear. So they've done a good job of building this up. Now, I'll say it's not an absolute fresh build. I can see a few minor flaws, which will probably keep the price down a little bit. But to be honest with you, that just makes it affordable. Makes it fun to drive.
Yeah, every single trim piece, every emblem, even the windshield wiper blades, I believe, are blacked out. Pretty impressive. They're very committed to it. You can see that cowl induction hood added as well. Certainly not something that existed on a 68 Camaro. Great build.
$42,000 for that Camaro. Now next is this 1948 Chrysler Town & Country sedan. And here are some Hagerty fast facts about it. That was the last year for the 4-door sedan. The wooden frame is made from white ash, and those dark panels are mahogany. 1,176 of these were built, and this one is fully documented, including a copy of the original title issued to Philip Daniels of Reading, Pennsylvania.
Well, as they say, ask the man who owned one. Tyler, you've got a Town & Country, although yours is a convertible. What are these like?
Well, mine's a 1946 convertible, and it is really nice to drive, especially at modern speeds, because it's a straight 8-cylinder, so it's a nice torquey motor, but also it has sort of a semi-automatic 4-speed transmission, so it has that extra gear, unlike most cars from the 40s, so you can cruise down the highway going, 65, 70, feels pretty comfortable in these, unlike a lot of cars from the 1940s. Of course, the wood, just wild on these, and this is actually the last year of having full wood on the cars. After this, yeah, they did have Town & Countries, and there was some wood tacked on, but they were mostly steel doors. It was kind of fake. This is the first real deal, or last real deal Woody.
But look at these hinges. I mean, massive hinges. I know this trunk weighs a lot, but look at that. That's absolutely amazing. They started building these in 1941, and after World War II ended, they continued to build them, and not the least of which they liked them. But most importantly, there was a shortage of steel, so this was the perfect way to do it. We're at $100,000.
One more bid, and it is the #1 seller of the auction at $100,000. Next is a 2008 Shelby GT500 Super Snake with less than 10,000 miles on the clock.
Well, Shelby came back to Ford for 2007 and the GT500 returned. Supercharged V8, 500 horsepower for the stock version. But this one is the Super Snake, so it's been upgraded considerably. The Kenny Belt polished supercharger puts up to 725 horsepower. So a big improvement over the stock Shelby GT500, but a big price premium as well.
Well, and the great thing about this, because it was Ford authorized, you were getting a warranty with this. I don't think it was the full 3 years, 36,000 miles. I think it was just a 12-month, 12,000-mile warranty. But the fact that this was authorized by Ford, they were allowing this build to go on, meant that this was Ford blessed and the Ford warranty was not voided, which can happen so often when you've got an aftermarket company that's doing modifications to a brand new car. But once again, 725 horsepower. Boy, this thing can just get up and go.
Yeah, it's still the same today. There's the factory Shelbys, and then there's Shelby American in Vegas that can tune them to even further, and that's what this is.
$50,000 sends that Shelby Super Snake to its new home. Next, something in Hugger Orange, a 69 Chevy Camaro Custom.
Well, the great thing about this is it's not wildly custom. I mean, if you look at this when it's driving down the street, it looks relatively stock, even when you look under the hood. But that's because this is powered by a 350 cubic inch V8. It's got a 3-speed automatic transmission. I mean, yeah, it's got nicer wheels and nicer tiles, but overall, you know, it's got some mild custom touches. And of course, it's got the Hugger Orange with the white stripes, the creamsicle look.
Yeah, I like the white rally stripes and the Cal induction hood, and I do like that they painted the bumpers to match the Hugger Orange. Very unique touch on this one. And yeah, nothing mind-blowing as far as the modifications. What is really impressive is how nicely everything is done as far as the paint job, as far as the engine bay presentation. It's the little things that take it to the next level. And yeah, you see the price, $70,000. The room's appreciating it.
Well, these stripes were only available on the limited production Z28 Camaro. So let's call this a greatest hits version. There he gets a kiss and will sign the slip. Has the shirt to match that car at $70,000. Busy day here in the Valley of the Sun as great cars and trucks continue to cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block. Welcome back to Scottsdale. There are a couple of cars that have already crossed the auction block, as evidenced by the sold stickers on the windshield. But there's plenty more, over 2,000 cars total to be sold by the Barrett-Jackson Auction Company this week in Scottsdale. And we'll show you as many as they can. Next, this 1967 Chevy Camaro Custom Convertible.
Yeah, obviously first year for the Camaro. We just saw one roll across the block in 1969, which was, you know, looked pretty resto-modded from the outside, but had a subtle build underneath. This one's a little wilder. I mean, underneath the hood, there's a Ramjet 350 V8 4-speed automatic transmission, 4-speed transmission, yeah, underneath. But whereas the other one had drum brakes in the rear, this one's got disc brakes all around. And whereas they had done a variety of subtle things on this, well, they're going a little over the top in certain areas. But I like the build.
Yeah, I agree. Very stock. You could go with some wheels that are slightly oversized, but look the part of a 67. I think they would match up perfect as far as going that kind of stealthy sort of custom look. But the interior, still very stock with the vinyl seats, the vinyl buckets. The only difference is the steering wheel, and you can see those racing gauges in there. So you do have a tachometer mounted in, all where the instrument binnacle would have been stock. So everything very well done here.
General Motors was caught flat-footed when Plymouth introduced the Barracuda and Ford introduced the Mustang, both in April 1964. As 65 models, it took a couple of years for Chevrolet to bring the Camaro and Pontiac the Firebird to market in the fall of 1966.
Well, and it wasn't just that they weren't ready. They just didn't believe that it was going to be the juggernaut. The concept of the pony car was going to take off the way it did.
Well, about $4,000 back in 1967 and $40,000 the hammer price today. Next up is a unique Motor Cars build, a 1965 recreation of a 427 Cobra.
Well, no shortage of these around. You know, the guy who originally designed this body was named John Tejero. And he designed this body back in the early 1950s, and it ultimately got picked up by AC Cars, which then met up with Shelby, and this became the juggernaut and the spectacular car that it is today. But I think when he designed these, I think he got $5 per body built by AC, and that was only for a limited number. So the guy who's responsible for designing the most copied car design in the world did not make a fortune off these things.
And this one is a great copy and how you would have wanted, of course, the most desirable of the Cobras. 427 side pipes, rally stripes. You know, the real deal, we've seen a few at Barrett-Jackson. The most famous one, Carroll Shelby Super Snake, that sold for $5.5 million. And you know, it doesn't look that different from this. That's the thing. They're so easy to replicate.
Well, this one will be a fiberglass body where the originals were aluminum. 4,400 miles on this since the build.
And you know what? That's what I like about this, because it has been driven. You know, when it only has 100 miles, you never know what's going to break, what hasn't been done right. When it's got 5,000 miles, it hasn't been run to death, but it's got enough run-in miles that I guarantee you all the little issues that probably cropped up at the very beginning have been sorted out.
Internet bidder on the floor. He's shaking his head. She is pointing at the computer screen saying, come on, come on, come on, one more bid. Yep, here, come on, just one more. Look at those wine glass wheels. Gorgeous, very faithful to the original. And it sells for $49,000 on the floor. Now, the Chevy Camaro came with two different front ends, the standard front end with the exposed headlights and parking lights and turn signals, and this, the Rally Sport front end with the hideaway headlights, so that makes this a Camaro RS.
Well, yeah, when we talk about the SS and the RS, SS was essentially a performance package. Rally Sport was essentially an appearance package. And we just saw when they were driving up, they closed the headlight doors. These doors just flipped out of the way and the headlights were right there. And I like the fact that they did that as they were rolling up onto the block, because it's not uncommon to have problems with those. And the fact that they were willing to do that as it rolled up on the block was great. Now, the last couple Camaros that we've seen have been resto mods or customs. This one is pretty darn stock at the 327 cubic inch engine.
It's almost rare for us to see anymore someone restoring one to very stock configuration, especially this one being a 327 Rally Sport rather than some, you know, very desirable later ones with the big blocks, the Copos and that kind of stuff. Usually someone would take this and go full custom, but yeah, to go with the stock wheels with the red line tires, get all those little details right, it does take a lot of effort, and it definitely shows with this one.
This one's had a full rotisserie restoration, meaning that the body was completely stripped and, you know, put on a spit on a rotisserie so it could be worked on top and bottom. So full restoration here.
Earlier we were talking about how they were late to the game, but when they did come out with the Camaro, they built it, whereas the Ford was built on the old Falcon chassis, the Camaro was built on the upcoming Nova chassis.
$43,000 is the hammer price for that sharp Camaro. Next up in Barrett-Jackson colors is a Ford Shelby GTSC, that street competition Mustang, a Barrett-Jackson edition convertible, only 39 built, only 1,447 miles.
Yeah, and again, it's got the break-in miles, so you know it's going to work. Any of those little initial issues that might have been cropping up in the very beginning. Although you do want to see something that's been driven or at least started on a regular basis. And ideally, you know, it's great to say, oh, it's only got 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles. But in a perfect world, you want something that's been started, run every now and then, so that, you know, all those seals stay lubricated.
So this one did not start life as a factory Shelby GT500. It was a Shelby Mustang, or not a Shelby, just a Mustang GT, and they put the supercharger on the 4.6 liter V8 to produce a lot more horsepower than stock, but obviously they added the style bar to give that sort of classic Shelby look, and the black and red, which is Barrett-Jackson's, you know, mascot colors.
don't call it a roll bar. It is a style bar. And I remember putting one in one of these vintage Mustangs. It's really not that hard to do. It's a great appearance look, but technically it didn't have enough, strength to be a rollover bar.
One of 39 produced and one of only 10 with a manual transmission. It Hammers sold for $44,000. And that'll wrap up our first 2 hours of coverage here on FYI. We're just getting started on this Wednesday here in Scottsdale. We'll still have 4 more hours to come. Welcome to Westworld in Scottsdale, Arizona, home to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. It's Wednesday, 3rd day of the sale and the 2nd day of our live coverage on FYI, where already today 3 cars have broken through 6 figures and sold at $100,000, 1 for charity and 2 at retail. I'm Mike Joy with Rick DeBrule and Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover and April Rose to take you through the next 4 hours of coverage as supercars, muscle cars, hypercars, and a good bit of whimsy cross the auction block. Like this, a 53 Chevy 3800 custom popcorn wagon that sells for $65,000. You just never know what's going to come to the auction block next. As that rolls away, and outside, with the R. Crumb cartoon on the back, keep on trucking indeed. Its place on the block is taken by this, a 2008 AM General Humvee M1123 Custom.
It's not very often you can buy a turnkey business on the block with that popcorn wagon, so that was really cool.
I was thinking the same thing. It's not just a truck, it's a business.
Right, so this thing, the Hummer, started out as all business. This is the last of the military Hummers. I don't believe this one has a VIN number. That's the easiest way to tell. The street Hummers were issued a VIN. This one is a converted military Humvee with some considerable modifications, it appears. So you can see in the front the snorkel was raised so you can go much deeper in the water than say the top of the hood. You can see they have that military style antenna on the side, but also on the left side there is a stack as far as the semi-style exhaust. But yeah, this is sort of the last of the military Hummers that started in the 1980s.
Yeah, when we talk about Hummers, those are the civilian versions. The Humvee, well, that becomes the military version. Of course, that stands for High Mobility Multi-Purpose Wheeled Vehicle, which was the goal of trying to create something that could be used in any military situation.
$38,000 for that Humvee. Here's Craig Jackson to tell us about a very special Mustang that's coming to the auction block Saturday.
This Boss 429 has the KK number of 2012, one of 857 Bosses produced this model year. Our Mustang expert, Shelby expert, Jason Billups, said this is one of the nicest 429s that he has ever seen. The car was discovered in 2023 after being stored for nearly 40 years. It is powered by the factory original matching numbers 429 engine rated at 375 horsepower. It also has a matching numbers close ratio 4-speed manual transmission connected to the original 391 traction lock differential, finished in one of my favorite colors, candy apple red. It is restored with its factory bucket seats, color key racing mirrors. This car was well optioned. You want to buy one of the best Boss 429s? This is it.
Wow, what a great piece of muscle that is. Now here is a 2021 Jeep Gladiator custom pickup that's been given a 6.5-inch lift.
Indeed, the lift's courtesy of spacers between the frame and the body, and also some springs that are higher than spec in their height. And beautiful, stock V6 under the hood. There's nothing wrong with that. 306 horsepower Pentastar V6.
Of course, the Jeep Gladiator has that 5-foot bed on the back, derived ultimately from the Wrangler, but it's a long way from that original Wrangler concept.
$50,000 and the hammer falls. Fist bumps all around. Here's one of the Jeep's main competitors, the Toyota Land Cruiser. This is a 1980 FJ40.
This one packs a surprise. It's got the inline six, but it has a TRD, Toyota Racing Development Supercharger, right here. This device here, black powder coated, is spun by the crank pulley, and that develops boost, which then turns this maybe 300 horsepower engine into a 350 or 400 horsepower engine. I like that. 4.5 liter inline six.
Well, and just like we see tons of Broncos, there is no shortage of FJs as well. And of course, as the legend goes, you know, during World War II, when the Japanese military was invading an island in the South Pacific and Southeast Asia, they were able to take a Jeep, a Willys Jeep that was left behind by the retreating American forces. They shipped it to Japan, reverse engineered it, and that was the foundation for what ultimately evolved into the FJ series.
And for $50,000, that FJ40 has a new home. I believe that one sold over the internet. Coming up, how about this 2014 Aston Martin Vanquish with a 556 horsepower, 6-liter V12, made into a 6-speed automatic and beautiful in lightning silver.
When you come to Barrett-Jackson, there's so much more going on than just the cars crossing the block. This is a lifestyle event. We have over 1 million square feet of covered ground to explore. The greatest thrill rides you've ever seen. Over 300 vendors, the manufacturer showcase that goes on and on. Now, here's the thing. This is one of the coolest places to hang out, the Collectors Club. We have premium seating, the best views. You can watch all the cars parade by before they cross the block. Also, premium cocktails. I got my Full Throttle Espresso Martini. Thank you very much. That looks delicious. Now, I gotta get back to work, but here's the thing. I saved you a spot. Yes, you. It is free for anyone that has a ticket to Barrett-Jackson. You can hang out here all day long. Cheers.
A great time to be had by all. Check out this 57 Studebaker Silver Hawk. It is anything but Studebaker underneath, including a full Corvette suspension.
Well, on top of that, this is one of the most beautiful American designs styled by Raymond Loewy, the Loewy Coupe, from 1953 through 1957. These were in production, popular with Bonneville racers and customizers, as seen here.
A lot of custom touches. I mean, start with these things right here, the way the tail lights have been done, and then you go up front, custom touches up there as well.
Corvette engine, Corvette suspension, $63,000. What a sharp custom that is. In Black Widow colors, here's a 57 Chevy Bel Air.
Well, with a much more modern resto mod build, shall we say, big 350 cubic inch crate engine that, you know, engine the 285 that would have been underneath is gone. You can see the aluminum radiator, a little more modern performance. It's paired up to a 4-speed automatic transmission with overdrive. So, you know, it just got those things that you would have liked to have had back in 1957, but didn't. Now, it seems like we get a lot of these crossing the block. Well, it's because back in 1957, they built 1.5 million Chevrolets. Now, of those, 62,000 were this shape, but that's an awful lot, and that's just the shape for the Bel Airs. They built another 48,000 convertibles. So if you're looking for spare parts, they're out there, but the more significant thing is that the aftermarket is out there. Just about any part that you see on this particular car, you can buy in the aftermarket. And of course, You know, this car is a little more complicated to restore than a 1956. There's certain things that they did to this car that, well, we've got, for example, the vents that go through the headlights up front. They lowered the cowl because they wanted to give a lower stance. So it's a little more complicated to restore, but significantly plenty of parts available.
Now I see that as a buy for $35,000 for a very nice Bel Air two-door hardtop. Never have I ever seen a mid-engine 63 Corvette split window coupe, but here it is.
The C8 Corvette, of course, has the mid-engine architecture which Zora Arkus Duntov wanted from the beginning. Well, it's finally been brought to fruition here. It's a total custom built on a real 63 Stingray split window, but that was then. Much customization happening under the skin. I like how the hood is modified to have the vents that are shown on the actual car, but they function to cool the radiator, blow air in there at speed. Neat piece. A lot of engineering happening here.
And even the way the doors open, they don't just open up, they open out and back. This originally, last time I saw this, was actually selling here at Barrett-Jackson. Sold here several years ago. But boy, I tell you, what an amazing build. And I should point out, it's not just the way that they've done the engine. They've also got full Penske Racing suspension underneath. And I should mention, this, I believe, is the 60th anniversary of Penske Racing. So we'll give them a little nod and a wave because they've got some Penske shocks up on this amazing Corvette.
And as Tyler pointed out, twin turbos on top of that LS motor. I mean, that's like it's almost 1,000 horsepower right there, full boost. Amazing. Bunch of power.
Now, Tyler previewed this car for us earlier, and I think we're just all blown away by the engineering that has gone into this mid-engine split window.
I like how the glass has been replaced by some mesh atop the back over the engine to let it breathe and be appreciated. So really cool touch. The shape is original, but the material is not.
I love the way they've retained the split window look. I mean, obviously these aren't windows, they're vents for the engine. But then, of course, we do have that split going right down the center with the stinger that goes all the way to the back.
$62,000 for that mid-engine 63 custom Corvette. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, where the hammer's about to fall on this 1936 Calypso Green Ford Custom Woody wagon. There it goes, $51,000. Next is the 2014 Aston Martin Vanquish we previewed earlier with its 6-liter V12 and 6-speed automatic transmission. How about that lightning silver paint?
Yeah, absolutely great. You know, the 2014 is really part of the second generation of the Vanquish that was built between 2012 and 2018. With a front engine V12. It's built on what they call the VH platform, which is for vertical horizontal. And the idea being that everything from a design perspective and from a mechanical and driving perspective was supposed to be in unison, vertical and horizontal.
Amazing twin turbo V12 in this thing, 6 liters, 556 horsepower, 6-speed automatic transmission, paddle shifters.
Yeah, the Vanquish replaced the outgoing DBS. It took over as Aston Martin's top of the line, the V12 flagship. Big normally aspirated V12, 565 horsepower. And I believe that the sticker price on this would have been north of $250,000 when it was brand new.
Of the carbon fiber, the roof panel, the skirts, lightweight, strong.
Now on the right, you see the relay system in place between the bidder assistants for bidders who are far back on the floor where the auctioneer is difficult to see them. So the bidder assistants will relay that bid one to another using hand signals, which are then relayed to the auctioneer.
And I like like the fact this one's been driven, not overly so. It's got 67,000 miles, but for a car that's 12 years old and this type of car, that's pretty reasonable. Boy, I tell you what, I don't care where you drive. This may be 12 years old. You're still going to get parked up front by the valet with this thing.
And the hammer falls at $85,000 for that Aston Martin Vanquish. Tyler, what do you got?
Well, Mike, we have a piece of muscle car royalty coming up here in a bit. 1969 Oldsmobile 442. But if you look at the side badge on the fender, this is the all-important W30 package, a big deal for these Oldsmobiles. And the easiest way to tell it than the badge, if you look inside, you can see the red painted inner fenders only on the W30s. And they also cut holes to give a special cold air intake on either side going into the 400 cubic inch V8. You got a special cam in there as well for higher performance. I believe 360 horsepower on these things. In addition, the W30 package got you heavy-duty suspension and brakes, so you could go drag racing with this car, and it is in fantastic condition overall. A nice car to begin with, numbers matching and restored to a very high degree. And if you look inside, it's also a 4-speed manual. This is one of my dream cars right here, and it's just spec'd perfectly with the bucket seats, the 4-speed, and even the original 8-track you can see in there. Just incredible.
That's a beautiful car. Can't wait to see that cross the block. Where a 1960 Chevrolet Corvette 327 cubic inch, 300 horsepower unit just sold for $72,000. 4-speed manual, Hurst shifter, sharp car. Let's go back to Aston Martin for this 2005 DB9 that somehow has only covered 6,000 actual miles with just one owner.
Yeah, a little bit different than that one we just saw a little while ago. Obviously, that was the more updated body style. This was the previous generation. And like you said, that one had 67,000 miles. This one has just 6,000 miles or so. You know, the 2005 Aston Martin DB9, a nice 2-door Grand Tour built in Warwickshire, England. And this is what replaced the earlier version, which was the DB7.
E12 power, not turbocharged, naturally aspirated in this case.
Earlier today, we saw a Panoz AIV, aluminum intensive. This is referred to as an aluminum intensive vehicle as well. The build using a lot more aluminum than they had in the previous generation. So, and we can see the beginnings of the styling that really kind of takes off over the next couple years and becomes a little more muscle.
I'll tell you, for the low mileage, I see a bargain here at $45,000 currently bid. This is just barely broken in.
I mean, all you need is a tuxedo and an Aston Martin and you're James Bond, right? I mean, it's that simple. And they built quite a few of these. I mean, they built 16,000 between 2004 and 2016. So it was a pretty successful mark. And going back to your point, I mean, you can get into an Aston Martin with very low mileage for $47,000.
$47,000 is written on the sold sticker, and away it rolls. Next up is a vehicle April previewed for us, a 72 Chevrolet Suburban with a 6-inch Skyjacker lift.
Well, final year for this styling cycle before the square Suburban body came along for 1973. This one again has a modern 5.3 LS engine with an iron block with aluminum heads, probably short from a pickup truck. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of power, good cylinder heads. Major lift, as you see on the stage.
You know, at this point, it was still considered very much a work truck. I mean, just a decade later, they were becoming family vehicles. And a perfect example as to how this was a work truck. If you come on to the driver's side over here, we're going to move Cliff out of the way for just a moment, you'll notice that there's no door right here for the passenger. However, on the other side of the car, guess what? This is a 3-doored vehicle. You've got a single door for the passengers to get out of, because once again, the family wasn't hopping in and out like they do today. So this, at this point, was kind of a work truck, and they had only just a short time earlier started putting that 3rd door on.
Now, Rick, I was told that the 3rd door and not a 4th door was because many of these were sold for rural school bus duty, where you wouldn't have had enough kids on that route to have a full-size, let's say, Thomas-built bus, but you'd use a Suburban, and of course you only wanted those kids in the back getting out on the curb side. So here we go for $48,000 for that Suburban. Here's a look at the McGuire staging lanes where the cars roll in and get a last little bit of polish and shine. And you get to see them with the hoods up, open the doors, maybe talk to the consignor, and get some added insight into how much you should bid for the car that you want to take home from Scottsdale. Where right now they're at last call on this 2016 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 custom pickup that's had a 4-inch drop in the front and a 6-inch drop in the rear.
Beautiful pearlescent white finish. Nice wheels. Great eyeball appeal.
It's common to see 5-7 drops where you got 5 in the front, 7 in the rear, 4-6. Boy, it's got the same look. Nice stance.
Upgraded engine with an LT4 supercharger. There's its new owner for $50,000. We see a lot of first-generation Broncos at Barrett-Jackson. This 67 has a built 351 Windsor, putting out over 500 horsepower.
Second year for the mighty Ford Bronco, 66 being the first. This one has, as most have been cut. The rear wheel openings radius and some fiberglass flares added to crispen up the look. But beautiful paint on this. It has a 351 with Phytech electronic fuel injection. These have coil springs up front, not leaf springs like the Blazer Chevrolet would have later, two-wheel drive. Great little four-wheel drive vehicles, these things.
500 horsepower coming into that 351 that's under the hood. Made it up to a 3-speed automatic transmission. To be honest with you, with the off-road capability, I think I'd almost prefer to see something like a manual transmission because you get yourself out of more situations.
Let's take a look at the chassis game underneath this 1967 Bronco. And there's the underset of that Ford Windsor 351. The automatic transmission, set of nice headers, crisp and clean. An X pipe right there for a little extra torque down low. Nice to see the stainless steel exhaust system right there. No rust on that ever. 9-inch rear axle, dual exhaust right out the back. Stainless steel all the way to the tailpipes.
Wow, $100,000 for this Bronco ties it for top sale of the day. It has a James Duff suspension, Bilstein dual shocks, a Warn winch. Wow, $100,000. Quite a result for that beautiful Bronco. So here are today's Hagerty top sellers so far, and they're all at the same price, $100,000. They include a 57 Chevy Bel Air for charity, the 67 Ford Bronco, the 48 Chrysler Town and Country, and a 38 Ford Business Custom Coupe. Here's a 1967 Chevy Camaro RS SS with the big block 396.
Well, here's Chevrolet's answer to the Ford Mustang. A few years late, but boy, did they get it right. This is a big block car, again, first year for the Camaro and first year for the big block option. This is the mild one, 325 horse. There was a 350 horse and even a 375 horsepower, 396 possible. This one does have the 4-speed, which is nice. It's more fun when you can roll the gears on your own.
The great thing about the way things work here at Barrett-Jackson, they have what we call the car card. That's that sticker on the window that has all of the information about what is in or what has been a part of this car. And they point out here this does not have the original 396 cubic inch engine. It's got a 1968 that was put in a few years later. But what a great build.
Now it has a new owner for $50,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium. We're going to stay in the Camaro family, but we're going to move forward half a century for this 2018 Chevy Camaro ZL1 with 650 horsepower and 650 foot-pounds of torque.
It is astonishing that something like this can be purchased and enjoyed on a daily basis, getting pretty decent fuel economy, AC on, listening to some satellite radio and just enjoying the life, and running is potentially 201 miles per hour on a closed course. Thank you very much. Beautiful car, supercharged LT4.
Yeah, that's 650 horsepower. To take it to the next level, not only could it be purchased and driven on the street, you're going to get a warranty with it. I mean, the ability to have the kind of performance, and remember, there was a point when the Camaro went away because they thought, oh, there was no future in it, and then it came back. Now it's gone away again, and the question becomes, what is the next generation of the Camaro going to look like? Most people assume it's going to be some form of an SUV. Will it be a Mach-E competitor? What do you think, Steve?
I'm sure that the Camaro will come back in some form. I hope with a gas engine. I hope. Perhaps a hybrid, electric and gas. Good torque, good mileage. But again, hopefully it's a V8 with gasoline. We'll see.
Well, GM President Mark Royce has said the Camaro name will be back. In fact, they're still racing the Camaro in NASCAR. Just came out with a brand new body style for 2026, even though the car is no longer produced for the street.
Yeah, online there's no shortage of people that offer up various concepts of what the next generation Camaro will look like. Will it be a full-on SUV, very tall, or will it be something very low, slightly SUV-ish? But I'm with you, Steve. I think it's most likely to be some type of a hybrid. I don't think they're going to go in all electric on it at this point. I think they're going to make a variation of that. But then again, I don't really know. I don't have the inside line on what's going in the Mary Barra and the General Motors world.
Of course, ZL1 plays into the 1969 aluminum 427 engine, of which 69 Camaros were built with the ZL1 package, and 2 Corvettes. Yes, 2 Corvettes. So ZL1 began in 69 as an aluminum 427 with half the power that this delivers right now.
One bidder on the stage, one in the seats. Who's going to win it?
Well, we're at $63,000 for a car that has less than 6,300 miles on the odometer.
The bid is on the stage. The bidder assistant working the man in the seats. Just one more $100. One more $1,000, and there it goes. We're at 65. Back to the stage. Camille's bidder.
You know, going back to Steve's point, this amazing performance out of a car that Detroit produced and sold to anybody who wanted it.
Well, now this one is sold for $65,000. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com and see the results of all the cars that have crossed the block and get a good idea of what is coming up today, tomorrow, all the way through Saturday on our coverage on FYI and the History Channel. From 1966, here's a nice Chevy 2 Nova SS custom hardtop with a 350 and 3-speed automatic.
Well, newly restyled for 66, a little rounder and swoopier than the 1965 and earlier. This one is a real SS, as verified by the VIN, which has a 138 prefix, or 118, excuse me, prefix. Some day 2 resto mod goodies, big tires, disc brakes up front, and small block Chevy, again, 350 cubes under the hood.
Yeah, gunmetal metallic paint over that black interior. They've got lowered suspension. They put disc brakes on the front, but not on the back. They've hung on to those standard drum brakes in the back. But no shortage of folks who love these cars because a lot of people were driving around them when they were kids. They want the performance version.
Boy, a nice result for that Nova. $77,000 is the hammer price. Never have I ever seen anything like this 57 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup, because when you lift the hood, there is no bow tie underneath. Welcome back to Scottsdale. Big room full of cars inside in climate-controlled comfort, all awaiting their chance to cross the auction block and go home with brand new owners to enjoy them. A 1970 Ford Mustang Mach-1 with its original 351 Cleveland engine and 3-speed automatic in Calypso Coral just sold for $51,000. Here's a 65 Ford Mustang Custom Coupe.
This is a coupe, indeed, not as desirable as the fastback or the convertible. However, these sold in much larger quantities. This was born originally as a T-code 6-cylinder car, but that was then. Now it's got a supercharged 351 Windsor under the hood.
Well, and we should point out, not only is it under the hood, but it pops out through the hood to a degree. You've got this big rise with the cold air induction in the back. So when you see this thing going down the road, it's not just the wheels that tell you it's something special. You've got that hood, you've got the Shelby-style scoops, although this is not an actual air inlet. It's closed off, but it's more the style of this. And once again, 351 cubic inches, supercharged, 5-speed manual transmission. And it's got disc brakes that have been put in the back. Big, huge wheels and relatively small disc brakes.
Yeah, narrowed forward 9-inch with coilovers, so a 4-link rear suspension. Staggered 18 and 20-inch rims, 18 front, 20 in the rear.
This one's been driven 1,500 miles since the build, so I would say just broken in.
Yeah, and that's actually exactly what you want. I mean, if somebody's going to go through everything it took to build this, you want to make sure that it's still going to work afterwards. And they've got a tack that's popping up over the cowl right there, some extra gauges that have been added into the interior. So in some ways, it's a relatively stock look, but boy, it's definitely not.
$40,000 is the hammer price for that Mustang. And we're moving to the bubble top. That was the nickname given to these 61 Chevrolet Impala two-door hardtops.
Yeah, beautiful car. Of course, the 409 debuted in 1961. I think 200 and something cars were built, very uncommon. Some had 348s, but this one has a 6-liter LS, which is the modern era small block Chevy. Aluminum heads, aluminum block. Beautiful paint.
A beautiful paint indeed. Rosa burgundy, and on the roof it's got that silver PPG paint. Boy, check out that engine, Steve. I mean, it looks nice. I love the way they've even got the burgundy paint on the plenum at the top.
Everything's color matched, even the nylon intake manifold. Now, these are interesting cars. They have an X-frame and a 2-piece drive shaft. I imagine they probably retain those goodies. It shows that there's a Ford 9-inch rear axle, I guess. Not sure. I can't see underneath it. But with that said, X-frame construction used from 58 through 64 under these cars. Went to a perimeter frame for 65.
And little subtle styling touches like these chrome elements right here, you know, that come up. And once again, just enough to give it an aviation feel, because that's what it was all about in the early 60s, going into the space era. 3 lights on the back.
The X-frame allowed a lower floor pan, which then allowed a lower cowl height and a lower roof line for a lower, wider look, which was all the rage in 1958 when it came out.
$63,000 triple tail light shows off that it's an Impala, and that one with a whole lot of customization. I think it's a very nice buy. Tyler, what have you found for us?
Well, brace yourself, Mike, because we have supercars crossing the block here soon, including this 2001 Lotus Esprit. So the Esprit came out in 1976. The first time people saw it, probably in Roger Moore's The Spy Who Loved Me Bond film in 77. Had that wedge shape that was sort of the submarine that went, you know, into the water and all that stuff. But it evolved a lot over the decades. 76 to 2004 was the production. They started with a 4-cylinder turbo, and now, by the end, in 2001, they had figured out how to fit it with a V8. So it is a mid-engine car, and you can see what little you can of that V8 engine right there as far as the intake, but still plenty of room for luggage. And this one, super clean. I love the redesign of the Esprit, where they made it a little more modern, a little more 90s supercar. And yeah, inside, gorgeous as well. This one low mileage, leather with the yellow piping to match, and you can see that manual transmission. So not the best known supercar in the world, but certainly worthy of the name. 350 horsepower, 5-speed manual V8, and very exotic looks.
That is extremely sharp. Can't wait till it comes to the block. Here is a 72 Chevrolet K5 Blazer that was customized as a tribute to the film Transformers: The Last Knight.
we've seen several Broncos already today, not as many Blazers, and definitely not that look like this. I mean, this is a complete off-road style that everything's been done to this, not just from the lift, but the fact that it's got fabric doors, got a big, huge roll cage on top. Special seating, they've got regular buckets up front and almost kind of a wide bucket for the second row of seats. So I love everything they've done to this, because the great thing is that they haven't, made it too nice looking. I think you could buy this, take it off-road, have some fun. It wouldn't feel like you were wrecking the paint job.
Well, this took a while, struggling to get to $30,000. The trouble when you customize a car and bring it to auction, you've got to have at least two bidders that share your vision. And there it goes for $35,000. We'll be back in just a moment with lots more great cars and trucks to cross the Barrett-Jackson auction block. Tyler Hoover previewed this 1969 Olds 442 W30 for us. Matching numbers, 400 cubic inch V8 M21 Muncie 4-speed and a 391 Posse rear.
It's an uncommon two-door sedan body, not the hardtop commonly seen with the 442, but it has a W30, which means air scoops under the front bumper, emitting air into the engine air cleaner for a cooler, denser charge.
Yeah, it's got the higher lift camshaft, free-flowing intake manifold, larger carburetor. It was all about more performance. They started building these, I think, in 1966. Built them all the way through 1972, but it was really 1969 and 1970 that were the high watermark. Although I think they also made one in the mid-70s as well, but from a performance perspective, not quite as strong as what was coming out this year in 1969.
Yeah, great car, 4-speed. Again, for a 391 12-volt rear axle.
Nicely bought at $50,000 for that 69 442. Barrett-Jackson does such a great job of raising money for charities. Here's April Rose.
Here at Barrett-Jackson, charity is an integral part of the show, but especially here in Scottsdale. We have 9 charity cars crossing the block with 100% of each hammer price going directly to each cause. Also, this auction, we're celebrating 20 years of the coveted VIN number 1 production cars being offered at Barrett-Jackson. And we're honored to continue that on Super Saturday with VIN number 1 of the brand new 2026 Chevy Corvette ZR1X. It's designed to be America's fastest production car and the most advanced Corvette ever. Even better, this one is the Stars and Steel limited edition with the American flag inspired livery. It is gorgeous. Now 100% of the hammer price going directly to Tunnel to Towers Foundation. This is one wild ride you're not going to want to miss this week at Barrett-Jackson.
Well, we've already had one car sell for 6 figures for charity. This Indian Sport Chief motorcycle will cross the block for a great cause about 30 minutes from now. Here's a 1927 Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 Kenilworth sedan.
The thing I love about Barrett-Jackson is you never know what you're going to get. I mean, we just had an Olds 442 from 1969 roll across the block, and now we got a 1927 Rolls-Royce Phantom 1 that is up on the block. It was part of the new Phantom series that came out back in 1925, and the Kenilworth sedan was a factory-bodied 4-door variant. Now, this is also what's called a Brewster coach. Back then, a lot of outside companies were doing coach work, and this was from a company called Brewster, which I think actually started in the 1800s.
35 of these were built. This one was delivered new to Cleveland, Ohio, and steel magnate William Mather.
Now, this was built in England. With that said, between 1919 and 29, Rolls-Royces were also built in Springfield, Massachusetts.
$45,000, and that Rolls-Royce has a new home. Here is a 1966 Ford F-100.
Well, radically lifted. It's a long bed. Yes, it is a long bed. 3/4 tonner. Radical rear springs on this. No coil springs. No to an I-beam. That would be 2-wheel drive trucks of this period of time. But leaf springs up front. Dana Model 20 front wheel, maybe a 40 front axle.
Yeah, there's a Dana 44 up front, Dana 60 axle in the rear. It's got rebuilt drive shafts. They've done an awful lot of work to get this to the point where it is. They've also added disc brakes, so I love the fact that it's got the stopping ability as well. And it just boils down to what generation truck do you like? I mean, the late 60s, early 70s is very, very popular, but no question that there are some people who grew up with these trucks, and this is what they want, a 1966. And honestly, it's rolling by me right now. Looking at the paintwork, the spray-in bed liner, I mean, yeah, it's a long bed, and while that's not as popular as the short bed, well, this shows off very well up on the block. Underneath, it looks nice and clean, nice chrome panel on top of that Dana 60. Big, huge tires. Well, I'll tell you what, somebody likes it in the room. Two people. We're up to over $80,000.
One on the internet and one up in the Muscle Lounge, the Skybox at the back of the venue. Here we are at $82,000, Caribbean turquoise and Wimbledon white.
And a disc brake upgrade at the back and the front, better than the drums it would have had in standard trim.
Now, once again, a lot to like. You know, the paint is really nice, and inside you can see how they've done a great job redoing the interior as well. A little more modern looking. Boy, closing in on six figures. Are we going to make it? What do you think?
There, $100,000 has been.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can see why. This is a really nice build. Four-wheel drive, great paint.
That is the fifth six-figure sale of today. $100,000. Now for something completely different. This would be a beautiful 1957 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup, even without the heart transplant by Stork Classic Cars. What lies beneath that hood, fellas?
Oh, that's a Mercedes-Benz engine and a Mercedes SUV chassis. Not just the engine, so the entire suspension and chassis are hiding under this vintage body. A lot of engineering, nicely done.
You know, this is actually the second time I've seen one of these here at Barrett-Jackson where somebody went through all this work, but I have to say, the engineering on this, to get the body on top of everything that's underneath here is beautifully done.
Let's take a peek under this Mercedes-Benz Chevy Hybrid, and there's the underside of the Mercedes SUV chassis, Mercedes engine, 6-speed automatic Mercedes engine, stainless exhaust, coming out to the single exhaust, big muffler branching off to the back, and that's the Mercedes independent rear suspension. Yes, all-wheel drive in this critter. A lot of engineering hiding under a very pedestrian body. I like what they've done.
Well, it may be a pedestrian body, but the paint on this pedestrian body is really nice. There's actually three different colors, kind of this butternut on the bottom, the gold, a little bit of a root beer stripe inside. Underneath, in the back, we've got a plastic bed. You kind of drop down to get a little more room, but you really have to look inside this, because whereas it looks pretty stock from the outside, inside is a very modern interior to match that Mercedes underneath. So a lot of work's gone into making this just right, and it's definitely, you know, something that like you say, no one on your block is going to have one.
Don't make me reach for my bidder pass, Rick. I see a tremendous bargain here at just $36,000 for all the engineering that has gone into this one.
Well, I tell you what, just look at the paint. The paint alone these days is for this quality with these three colors is going to cost you minimum $10,000 to $15,000. Now you got $20,000 on top of it just to put a Mercedes engine, that modern interior. I'll tell you what, a lot of value in this right now.
This should be at twice this number. The quality is there.
Three bidders in the house, various locations on the floor. Oh, that hammer sold for $40,000.
Here's lot number 493, crossing the block next, 2017 Chevrolet Corvette Z06. It is powered by the 1946.2-liter supercharged V8 motor. It is made with 8-speed.
Here is a 2017 Chevy Corvette Z06 with the 3LZ Premium Equipment Group and under 5,000 miles.
Well, near the end of the road for the C7 Corvette, and boy, did it go out with a bang. The Z06 has 500 horsepower, 550 supercharged, one of those things over that. 6-speed automatic, 8-speed automatic transmission, wider wheels, and of course little skirts here to keep the spray off of the bodywork. Beautiful car and rare bird for sure.
Well, if you're a classic old school Corvette fan and you believe the engine should be up front, then this is the car you want. And of course, shortly after this, they're going to go to the C8, the mid-engine, which is truly an amazing supercar. A great value when you look at the performance you get. Having said that, boy, the looks of this car, the performance of this car, you know, it may have been towards the end of the front engine, but boy, they weren't giving anything away with the construction of this car. But it's got the performance, it's got the looks. Look at those 4 exhausts sticking out the back. Mean look on the taillights. And we got to remember this 2017. Hard to believe that this car came out 9 years ago.
The Z06 has a carbon fiber roof and tub, much lighter and stronger than the pedestrian stuff used in regular non-Z06 Corvettes.
$90,000 is the hammer price for that 2017 Corvette Z06. You can go to Barrett-Jackson.com and see all the information on all the cars that have or will cross the block here in Scottsdale, plus information on upcoming auctions. With a 396 big block engine and a wide ratio M Muncie 4-speed, here's a 70 Chevelle SS 396.
After 1968, the Supersport is hard to verify. The 138 prefix went away, so what you instead get is a 136 indicating a V8 Chevelle or Malibu. It doesn't say which V8. This one presents as an accurate 396 car, but some wiggle words in the description says represents by a CE code replacement block, so I'm not sure it's a real SS 396. But again, the car does not know the difference. It looks the part.
And that's one of the things I like about Barrett-Jackson with the car cards, the information that they give. They make sure that you know that, you know, if this is an original matching numbers car, they call that out. If it's got a replacement block, they make sure that, well, first off, they have experts here on property who are going over the cars to make sure that the description that the consignor gives them is accurate. If they believe that there's an inconsistency or potential problem, they'll make them change the car card, suggest that they, well, if you word it a little bit differently, but might be a little more accurate. So the nice thing is when you read the description, you pretty much know that this is what you're supposed to be getting.
It has a 12-bolt rear axle with positive traction, wide ratio 4-speed. What does that mean? It means that the first gear is a 252 ratio versus 220 on the close ratio, which means it gets off the line a little bit easier with more torque multiplication. Wide ratio, wider spread between each gear.
1970, of course, the year that everybody wants when it comes to Chevelles. Had the greatest performance that year. The style is just exactly what everybody wants.
And it sells for $70,000. Handshake and a wave of the towel, and he will sign the slip. How about this replica Snap-on Tools truck? That's going to cross the block here later this weekend. You know, just 8 more payments and that 10mm spanner is yours. All right, so you want a mixed drink. How about that? A little alley-oop. Yep, there you go. Up in the skybox of the Muscle Lounge here at Barrett-Jackson. Here's a 2005 Ferrari 360 F1 Spider in fly yellow.
Yeah, they started building these in 1999, and at least the 360. I think the convertible came out the following year. 2005 would be the final year for these. 400 horsepower, plenty of performance, plenty of looks, and as you point out, fly yellow. Everybody thinks, oh, Ferrari's got to be red. Boy, this stands out when it drives by.
Internet bidder involved. $14,000 in recent service, including a new convertible top and mechanical maintenance.
Yeah, it's got that F1 style electro-hydraulic 6-speed paddle shifters, which, you know, you got the advantage of being able to say, you know, that the technology that ended up in this car started off on their Formula One team. The concept of race it, develop it, and put it on the street. Boy, in the Ferrari world, that's been true for a long time.
With a challenge grille, that one sells for $68,000. Here's April.
Hey, Mike, I'm out here in the pre-staging lanes. You never know what you're gonna see. We got a Fox body next to first generation Bronco, and I love these. It's so fun to come to Barrett-Jackson and see what builders do with them. And this is really cool. Brittany blue, one of my favorite colors. You got the body color grille on it, and this one's been cut like a lot of them have, and it's held up with these fender flares to kind of cover that cut a little bit, and it also fits bigger tires, which they didn't have back in the day. So you can kind of do whatever you want with them. Those are 33-inch tires. Take a look inside. You got saddle interior with great bolstering to hold you in, that banjo style wheel, a roll bar to match the body. I mean, these are just so sweet in her heart. A 302 V8, which was offered in the Bronco, but this one, as you can see, it's been hot rodded and all dressed up. Mike, she's coming your way.
I like it. And like you, April, I love the color, that Brittany blue. Here's a 2011 Bentley Mulsanne with 42,000 miles. It was a $306,000 car new, but the vehicle history report indicates it was involved in a sideswipe collision in 2021 with functional damage, but airbags did not deploy, and it has now been all rebuilt.
I bet that was not an inexpensive build, and if you were the guy hitting it, boy, don't be hitting Bentleys. It's going to cost you more than a few dollars. Might up your insurance just a touch. You know, in 2011, the Bentley Mulsanne was the top of the Bentley lineup. It had replaced the Arnage as the flagship. You know, and of course, with the Mulsanne name, what they're referring to is the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. Of course, the fact that Bentley has a long history of winning and racing here.
Good job, old buddy.
$50,000 and a handshake for that young man. They have bought themselves a Bentley. Well done. Now this 2016 Corvette Z06 has the Z07 performance package and only 7,000 miles.
Of course, the mighty 555 horsepower and 555 foot-pounds of torque, 6.2 under the hood, a carbon fiber roof on these, and something very interesting about these is that the vents in the back here direct air toward the differential cooler, so nothing here is useless or simulated. It's all functional. Carbon ceramic disc brakes on all four corners.
Yeah, another thing, you know, I remember back in the, I guess it was the 1990s, and we were seeing these, ceramic brake rotors in racing and IMSA and sports car off at Le Mans. And the fact that, anybody who bought a Corvette and was willing to pony up extra money in terms of getting the Z06 could get that level of performance in their braking. The fact that it was available for a street car is absolutely amazing. Another example, once again, of how the performance that was developed and perfected on a racetrack was working its way into the street models that were being produced.
Indeed, the carbon ceramic brakes cannot fade. The hotter you get them, the more they grip. And to clean these things off, don't use carb cleaner. Put them in the oven, bake off fingerprints, and that they work. They don't get polluted with oil. Never clean these things with brake cleaner.
I remember a race car driver I used to know was talking about the first time he ever drove a car with these brakes. He went, diving into a turn, slammed on the brakes, and the car just stopped. It literally almost stopped on him. He was thinking he was going to float through the turn, but the gripping power was so good.
Something on the option list that we now take for granted, a rear vision camera. They've been required since 2018, but they were an option on that Corvette that sells for $73,000. Now, among all of the builders of replica Cobras, probably the most prolific is Factory 5 out of Massachusetts, where you can take a Fox body Mustang and one of their kits, and for as little as $25,000, build yourself a passable replica of a Cobra. And here's a Factory 5 Mark IV that's been driven 200 miles since its completion.
I've been to the Factory 5 facilities in Wareham, Mass, and Dave Smith runs a tight ship, a lot of CNC machinery there, and just very happy employees, got to say. This is a nice example of their work. Of course, you have to build these yourself because they can't put the engine at the factory. With that said, this one's been equipped with a 427 cubic inch small block, and it's a blueprint engine small block. It's a 351 that's been bored to 427 cubes thanks to a stroker crankshaft.
Yeah, I do say you want to be just a little careful when you're getting out of these because it's got the side pipes right here, but it has no covering over them. So you step out, you want to be careful. You do not touch your ankle when you're reaching out. By the way, this is the Mark IV. For 2025, they came out with the Mark V, so they now have an updated version of this. I think we're getting a little glimpse under the hood.
Now she blows the Windsor small block with 427 cubic inches, aluminum intake manifold. It's the same number as the original FE 427, but in a smaller package. I dare say it's a better deal because it's lighter and does the same job.
Very non-traditional color scheme on this one, but the bidders like it to the tune of $67,000 bid.
Well, we often say, paint is easy to change. It's relatively easy to change, just a little expensive these days. But from that perspective, I mean, if you bought this and you liked all the performance, you liked everything underneath, and you wanted to change the paint, it's going to probably cost you in the, decent paint job in the $8,000 to $10,000 range, assuming you don't get carried away. But I love the ghost stripes on these things.
$68,000 drops the hammer on that Factory 5 Mark IV. Now, the last time we were in Scottsdale, a pair of Jeff Hayes built Corvette Stingrays rocked the block. Well, he's brought two more here this month. Here is Craig Jackson.
We have a pair of Jeff Hayes Corvettes. We have a 1963 and a 1967. Both of these were completed in September of 2025 by Jeff Hayes Customs. They both have LS3 hot cam engines producing 540 horsepower with 4L70E automatic transmissions. I love the way Jeff does these. So the way the cam covers are covered up, his attention to detail, and that's why his cars have really set the mark at Barrett-Jackson over the years. Not only is it the way they look, but the way they are put together, the attention to detail. He has rung the bell at Barrett-Jackson. He has set the mark on these cars. And now he's bringing a pair to sell at Barrett-Jackson.
Spent some time talking to Jeff and looking at those cars, and they are just unbelievable. Here is a very stock-looking 1957 Chevy Nomad with its original 283 cubic inch V8. The hammer falls at $50,000. Boy, that's a buy for a blue chip collectible. 50 grand. Two-tone split bench seats, Prager wheels, very sharp. We move ahead to 1970. And this Ford Mustang Mach 1 that was a 2-year restoration and driven 5,000 miles since.
The second year for the Mach 1 package, which pretty much put Shelby out of business, cheaper, had the same eyeball, basically similar mechanicals, but something cool about this that Shelby never had was a shaker option. This is a factory shaker. The shaker sits on top of the engine and wiggles with the engine. Inside of here, there's a valve, a vacuum-operated flap that opens with wide-open throttle and ingests cool air into the engine.
Probably the ultimate evolution of the Mustang in so many ways. I mean, you look at the 65, 66. I mean, it was a great way to start off the pony car world. Then it got beefier in 67 and 68, where they allowed those big engines under the hood. It was a much broader car. But really 69 and 70, boy, that's when the body evolved, the performance evolved. And as you were mentioning, the fact that, yeah, you could buy a Shelby, but why? Now you were getting the performance you wanted straight in a Ford product. So there was no reason to have a partnership with Shelby because the 1969 Mach 1, the 1970 Mach 1 delivered everything you wanted.
Yeah, these were about 30% less than a Shelby, so why pay extra? With that said, you could not get a 6-cylinder or a small V8 in these things, strictly 351 and larger. The 351 2-barrel was the base engine. This has the 4-barrel, but again, the shaker is a factory item. This has a Marty report, and it's verified as being an actual car. Beautiful piece.
$58,000 is the hammer price for that San Jose-built Mustang that was sold new in Taber, Alberta, Canada. Welcome back to Scottsdale and the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Last chance for potential bidders to have a look under the hood and inside those cars before they roll into the auction hall. Here are the last 3 lots sold, including $82,000 for a 34 Ford Custom. This is a 1971 Toyota Land Cruiser FJ40 with a 2.5-inch relocation of the rear axle.
Though purists will cry, the original inline 6 has been replaced by an LT1 V8 Chevy motor with an overdrive automatic coupled to an Atlas II transfer case. Major lift kit on this one, but V8 power, no 6-banger.
I tell you what I like about this. You know, there is a lot of work that's been done. Obviously, they put that V8 engine up front. They moved that axle back just a little bit. But from the outside, it presents mostly stock. It doesn't look like something that's been done over the top. I mean, yeah, it looks like it's ready to go off-roading because there's a lot of, there's a big lift in it. You got a big winch up front. But in terms of the rest of it, they haven't, gone too crazy. I like the fact that they've got the big rack with the old-school Coca-Cola ice chest on the back. But I really honestly like the build on this. Could you paint it two-tone? Sure, but I think the white shows off really well.
Part of the elevated body is the fact that his long shackles, these gold anodized shackles here, are about twice the length of the originals, but they have a ridge here to keep them from transversing, and so heavy-duty stuff. That's how you get the ride height. Probably with a 2-inch lift right there from the shackles.
This one's had the same owner for 25 years and will change hands here at Barrett-Jackson.
Well, that's interesting because if this was built 25 years ago, everything presents pretty new. I mean, I'm looking at the shackles in the back with these springs. They don't look like they've had a lot of work in terms of running off-road. I don't think whoever's owned this for the last 25 years has done much unless they're the person who restored it and built this up over the last few years.
$40,000 is the hammer price. Here's the second year of the Corvette Stingray, 1964. This one has been frame-off restored, including its 327 300 horsepower V8 and Muncie 4-speed.
A lot of upgrades here. Side pipes are added. You can get those things reproduction. I see drum brakes on the front and on the back, so that's pure. There's a 350 under the hood, 327 300, okay. 4-speed Muncie under the floor. It's a mix of resto and mod.
Yeah, some old school American racing wheels all the way around, and as you point out, they didn't go the distance and put the disc brakes on either the front or the rear. Let's check out that 327 under the hood.
Single plane Edelbrock intake manifold painted orange, but that's aluminum. And nice exhaust manifolds of stock. The valve covers are Edelbrock finned aluminum, not factory stuff, but looks pretty tasty.
Yeah, it's got electronic ignition, so they've updated all the right things with it, but for the most part, this shows like a pretty simple resto mod. Once again, you'd see the wheels, but not really realize that there's something special in terms of little touches that have been done to this. It's really a nice, fun driver quality car, although I'd say a nice driver quality car.
Yeah, that would have started with 14 or 15-inch steel wheels, and those are 18-inch torque thrust aluminum wheels.
Of course, Posit traction wasn't factory issued. It was something you had to pay extra for, about $30. This has it. And of course, Posit traction became standard equipment in 1971 on all Corvettes. Before that, yeah, you paid for it. And Posit traction has clutches inside of the differential, which make sure that both right and left tires get traction rather than the right rear tire unloading and spinning. Gorgeous black paint, and black paint's one of the hardest ones to apply without getting ripples. And underneath that, the bodywork has to be spot on. I don't see any stress cracks or anything like that to flaw the appearance. Beautiful car. I like it. The chrome, wheels, the side pipes, and the black body just works for me.
You see drum brakes, and that's what they had. 1965 would be the first year for disc brakes on the Corvette. $70,000 for that 64 Corvette.
I was stoked when I was approached to do this project for Indian and Folds of Honor.
The mission of Folds of Honor is pure and it's simple. We provide educational scholarships to the spouses and children of fallen and disabled veterans and first responders across the whole country.
I've seen what the Folds of Honor charity is all about. For me, it was a no-brainer because it's going towards a good charity. It's going towards something I believe in. I'm stoked to do it, and I'm stoked to be a part of it.
Here to talk about the charity and the bike, Alec Robinson. He's the Media Director, Impact Officer for Folds of Honor.
Hey everybody, my name is Alec. I proudly served in the United States Marine Corps, and now I have, thank you. And now I have the privilege to work for Folds of Honor. Folds of Honor is a nonprofit organization that provides educational scholarships to the spouses and children of fallen and disabled veterans and first responders all across the country. We are so grateful to Indian Motorcycle for championing our cause, going head in. We want to thank Twitch and the aftermarket community for banding behind this and providing such an incredible bike. And I want to thank you, that individual that today is going to buy this bike, because this isn't just a bike. It is hope, it is love, it is honoring the sacrifice and educating the legacy of the most worthy individuals here in this country. So just know this individual that buys this bike today is going to change so many lives. So let's change some lives together today, everybody. Thank you so much.
Tell them a little more about the bike here, Kurt.
Lot number 3001, it's a 2025 Indian Sport Chief RT motorcycle, one of one. You heard Alec mention Twitch. This is a bike custom built by the freestyle motocross legend Jeremy Twitch Stenberg. It was commissioned for Indian Motorcycle's second annual national charity ride. What's amazing, this bike has already been responsible for helping raise over $200,000 for Folds of Honor. Let's add to it now.
Let's go, Joseph.
Once again, a great bike for a great cause. This was already the performance bicycle motorcycle for Indian. You know, this Indian Sport Chief RT. It's got that 116 cubic inch engine, and it's basically, you know, the engine hasn't been customized too much, but the look on the outside has.
Now, as with all charity lots at Barrett-Jackson, there is no buyer premium. There is no sell fee, and we're already at $100,000. The high bidder writes his check directly to the charity.
One of the hallmarks of this thing are these rigid saddlebags in the back. This is the way a Chief RT would come, so these are pretty standard, but the way they've done these, and once again, when you feel over the paint, this is not something that's been put on afterwards. This is painted in, this beautiful work. You look at the subtle work on the side of the gas tank right here, beautiful Indian name, together with that little, almost like a snakeskin underneath. Some ghost stripes up there. They've really gone the distance in making this look really special. As they pointed out, this is one of one, the only one that looks like this.
$180,000 for Folds of Honor. Great result for a great cause. Welcome back to Scottsdale. A company called Beck builds these recreations of the Porsche 550 Spyder. This one assembled by Thunder Ranch in 2002 and then repowered in 2007.
So yes, this does have a Volkswagen engine in it, but don't think this is just one of those kits that you buy a Volkswagen chassis and then put this on. This is special. Chuck Beck started building these in the early 1980s, and it's got a tube frame. It is designed to be a sports car. Yeah, it still uses that Volkswagen engine, but remember, it's designed to work the same way that a 550 Porsche would have worked. So it's not just, a Volkswagen kit car. It's so much more.
This Spyder is somewhat infamous because James Dean met his end in one of these in California. Bakersfield, I believe, somewhere in Central California, but nice replica thereof here. That was an aluminum car. This is fiberglass.
Paso Robles, I think, is the place where he actually did it, unfortunately. But, you know, it's legendary in terms of the fact that it took both James Dean and this car and put them into a touch of infamy. But what a beautiful design. Very simple, but very performance-oriented. And it wasn't that James Dean died trying to go too fast. He was simply an accident in an intersection.
Well, he was on his way to a race, to race this car. You drove your car to the track and then you raced it. And a man named Turnipseed in a Ford station wagon, didn't see him, powered into the intersection. The rest was history. But these Beck Spyders have a great following, and this one sells for $55,000. Here's Tyler.
Well, if you're having trouble getting accommodations around Scottsdale because of the event, I've got the vehicle for you right here. Well, starting with the truck, 1954 Chevrolet 3100 5-window. This one's mostly original in the paint as far as the patina. It's just been cleared, touched up in a few places. But under the hood, it is dramatically different. You have a modern 4-cylinder Cummins turbo diesel there, aluminum radiator, so you can cruise down the road at normal highway speeds. And the consignor says he gets 30 miles per gallon just without a trailer, 20 miles per gallon towing with this truck. And it's very comfortable because when you look inside, it has a nice comfy bench seat in here. Automatic transmission, climate control, so a pretty nice place to be. Also lowered, modernized suspension, modern tires so it can cruise down the highway. But this is where it gets fun. So when you buy this truck, it also comes with a 1958 travel trailer. And when you come inside, it is very, very original, very cool in here. So you have your little buffet table here, a little kitchen, sink, refrigerator from 1958, or I guess an icebox, and a bed. So you can buy this. I imagine if you ask him, you could just sleep here at the auction and not really have to go anywhere. Just stay here the whole time. Well, it's really comfortable. Cool.
Nine nights. Here is a 1987 Porsche 911. It is said to be a cabriolet. It is not. It is a Targa, which means the center section of the roof lifts off. The roll bar and glass rear windows stay in place. And this one with a 3.2-liter air-cooled engine and G50 5-speed transmission has a new owner for $65,000. Now, Tyler previewed this 2001 Lotus Esprit with its twin turbocharged 3.5-liter V8.
Well, the Esprit body, of course, goes back to the 1970s. They built these all the way through 2004, so this was towards the end of the run. You can always debate as to which one was the best design. This, by this point, had gotten some of those extra things added on, but still a pretty nice look. I think overall it was a great design that held very well. You know, it's a Giugiaro. He's the guy who designed this. And I think that wedge look played very well. And of course, this was used in a Bond film as well, but in that case, it was converted into a submarine. Not this exact car, but, you know, that generation.
Now, the vehicle history report on this one does show damage in 2003 to the left front and left rear pillar, all of which has now been repaired. 37,000 miles, but that history will likely hold the number back a bit here.
And these had fiberglass bodywork, not metal. With that said, Colin Chapman, of course, founder of Lotus, likes to add lightness, and fiberglass is certainly lighter than steel.
350 horsepower, so plenty of performance, only 35,000 miles on this thing. So it's got the great look, and once again, it doesn't really matter which generation of the Esprit you like. There's something for everybody. There's a lot of smoother bodywork on this, which I like.
These have trunk storage in the front and the back, and there's that mighty twin-turbo V8 hiding midships where it belongs for ideal handling.
And of course, the old joke with Colin Chapman.
I just came on the block and bid. Sorry to interrupt you guys, but yeah, I kind of wandered up from the back and now I'm fighting it out a little bit. I apologize to interrupt.
Suddenly he's a bidder and not just on television. Well, he's bidding on a great car, and I can see why. You know, once again, I was starting to tell the story of Colin Chapman, who founded Lotus, and the old joke would be that, you know, he would put a car together and then start taking things off until it broke. Did you get it?
Holy smokes, I got it!
Tyler is now a Lotus owner for $41,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium. This 1972 Chevy Chevelle Custom Coupe is currently bid to $97,000. And the hammer falls. It had an LS3 V8, custom headers and exhaust, a Tremec 5-speed manual, and 12-bolt differential and a QA1 suspension. A 7-year-old restoration, but it rocked the block. Look at the color on this 65 Chevrolet Impala SS409. It is Evening Orchid, a very special 1-year only color. You could get it on an Impala, you could get it on a Corvair, but you couldn't get it on every Chevrolet or any other Harley GM division.
Full-size Chevy, all new for 65, no more X-frame. The last year for the 409, actually a mid-year 396 arrival. This is the first half of the year, 340 horsepower 409 with the Rochester iron body 4-barrel, the 340 horse one, mild car, mild engine. But first year again for this body style. Salisbury type rear axle, gone was the 2-piece drive shaft and dropout center section of 1964 and previous, so a whole new body for 1965 and beyond.
I love this one. It was built at the Doraville, Georgia plant on January 21st, 1965. Has its matching numbers, 409 and 4-speed, factory air, factory tack, a very highly optioned Impala SS 2-door hardtop in that very unique color. Bid to $58,000.
Numbers matching 4-speed 409. Very cool. My grandmother had a 283 65 Impala SS, 2-barrel car, Power Glide 2-speed automatic, fun car. Nanny loved that car. She'd lay rubber with it, but she would be better off with the rubber with the 409 under the hood, but she settled for the 283.
Camille working 2 bidders on the floor, and there's a Skybox bidder as well. We're at $70,000. And that's where the hammer falls. 70 grand for that beautiful 65. Now here in the Black Widow paint scheme is a 55 Chevy Bel Air. This one's been powered by that's not black, it's a very, very dark burgundy. 5.7 liter LT1 V8, 4-speed automatic transmission.
Well, speaking of V8s, 55 was the big year for Chevrolet. First V8 in Chevy history, except for the 1917, I believe 1920s there was a V8 engine, not this, but this is the modern pushrod V8, 1955. The mighty small block arrived. Of course, only available with 265 cubes, 2-barrel or 4-barrel, but that was then. Now it has a 5.7 LT1. The LT1 is not to be confused with the LS1. The LT1 has an iron block and iron heads. Good engine, but not as good as an LS1. Still a beautiful build here. You see an aluminum differential cover on the back there, so it must have an aftermarket rear end. This would have had a 1-piece diff. Okay, it's painted silver, I guess, but anyway, nice presentation. Leaf springs, drum brakes in the back, discs up on 4-wheel discs. There you go.
And at $50,000, that very sharp shoebox Chevy is going to a new home. Well, we're excited to have Steve Maggs back with us because he is our #1 Mopar fan. And Steve, one of my favorite body styles ever has been the 2-door hardtop Dodge Demon, Plymouth Duster, and here's one from 1970.
Reed, yeah, beautiful piece. Of course, 1970, first year for the Duster. Essentially, it's a Valiant with a fastback body, beautiful stuff. This is an H-code car, factory 340, small block, 275 horse stock, but with the intake manifold, the aftermarket intake, the aluminum piece, and the small AFB on top, and the Edelbrock 4-door, I should say. Probably about 310 horse, maybe 350 horse right there, something like that. So there's the original exhaust manifolds. That's fine by me. They're decent. They flow pretty good. Manual brakes on this, no power booster. It's Wilwood manual cylinder, and I see disc brakes up front, probably in the back too. Let's take a peek. And okay, yeah, discs all the way around. Wilwood discs.
This one has been treated to 17x8 billet rally wheels and Toyo Performance tires. Don't call it plum crazy, because Plymouth's name for this color in 1970 was In-Violet. How's it look underneath, Steve?
Well, here's a peek using the chassis cam, and you see the underside of that 340, the 4-speed A833 transmission, backing it up. And of course, the 8 3/4 rear axle, mighty rear axle, very strong for the job. It'll handle a Hemi, no problem here with a 340 small block. Nicely done, painted properly underneath. Nice plum crazy activity, nice crisp underneath.
This has a WISE validation report. I love the decals on this, the stickers that the little tornado or duster there, adding just a little bit of whimsy. 50 miles since this restoration and modification was completed. And for $55,000, it's off to its new home. Oh, just a second. Apparently there were two bidders. Each thought they had the bid, and so the auctioneers backed it up to just those two bidders to finish this one off. Nope. $55,000 is the hammer price. This 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle, powered by a big block GM V8 with a 4-speed manual transmission. Significant because 67 was the very last year before smog controls were instituted by the U.S. government and put on many of these big V8s. So pure performance, here's your last shot.
Well, speaking of V8, this has a 136 VIN prefix, which means it was born a V8 car, probably a 283. That said, the 396 is under the hood now was not born there. That would be a 138 Super Sport, so it's a clone, a tribute. The big block doesn't know that it's in a lesser vehicle. It's not lesser, but with that said, it's a sort of a day 2 modification. Aftermarket wheels, US mags, kind of cool, like that. 4-speed transmission, a major plus. I like the look of the vinyl top on this. It adds a touch of formality and class. I like it. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I agree. I think it looks good there. Now, inside, this has a full-length console, along with that floor shifter for the 4-speed, but it has it's a clock. It's not a tack down there next to that shifter. You certainly wouldn't want to be looking down at the floor when you're shifting gears near a red line, so looks like it could be a tack, but it is a clock.
Here's the test. Which rear axle? They still have the original 10-bolt or is there a 12-bolt? Let's take a peek and find out. And that is a 10-bolt. So a little corner was cut there, but that's okay. Banging gears with a 10-bolt, not a good idea, but would probably be okay if you didn't beat on it too hard. But nicely done. The blackout SS effect here on the back. Of course, the Ruhr Chevelle would not appear on an actual Super Sport on the right side. So, some mixture of motifs here.
Now, I agree with you on the 12-bolt rear up through 1970, because in 71, the 10-bolt rear was the only choice. However, it was redesigned and redone with the pinion from the previous 12-bolt rear, so it was much stronger than the rear ends that came before it. There's the new owner of that beautiful Chevelle. All right, pickup truck time, as we go into the Wayback Machine and see a bit of faux Tina on this Chevrolet pickup.
Well, indeed, it's 1949, first year for this styling cycle, more envelope than the 48, which had more of a bulbous look. This still has bulbous looks, but with that said, it's been modified. The original flathead or overhead valve for pushrod 6 is gone. In its place is a small block Chevy Performance 350 with 357 horsepower, Summit Racing Turbo 350 automatic transmission. Nice upgrades under this old skin.
A very, very clean engine that certainly doesn't match this patina, faux Tina. A little bit of both going on here with this truck. But you can see the extra windows in the back. You can see a lot more of that patina treatment, a little bit of hail damage. I'd say a lot of that is real. And you can see the truck bed here with the real wood, and they relocated the fuel filler to the bed as well.
What I think is pretty cool here is this is not a 1949 Chevrolet frame. It's from a, let's say 1980s perhaps, Chevrolet S10 pickup truck frame. So everything under the body is much newer and redone.
And this is the 5-window cab, one in the middle, one on each side, good for visibility backing up, and a 5-window cab right here.
Well, the bidders like it. We're at $67,000 bid. looking old and running like new. Hammer falls at $70,000 and hugs all around for the consigner of that truck. He's very happy with the result, and hopefully so is the new owner right there. Here's a 1953 Chevy Bel Air, which received a complete frame-off restoration in 2007 by Holtz Customs in Oregon.
Totally wild custom here. You can see the stack intake there with the matching yellow, and they deleted all the chrome trim, but then painted it, at least on the side, and painted it all on. So very unique. Shaved, yeah, very cool.
Nice chrome work on the grill. Very expensive to get that done. Looks great. Nice shiny smile.
Well, that'll wrap up another couple of hours of our Barrett-Jackson coverage today on FYI, but we've still got a long way to go. 28 hours of live action auction coming your way this week. Hello and welcome to Scottsdale. It's Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. And it's prime time on the East Coast, so thank all of you for making us part of your evening as we watch some great cars cross the block, like this 53 Chevy Bel Air that just hammered sold for $37,000. I'm Mike Joy with Rick DeBrule, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. One car rolls away into the night with a new owner. Another takes its place on the auction stage. And this one is a 1970 Ford Mustang sports roof, customized with a Dart Windsor block, Scat Ford Stroker kit, and a lot of other great engine parts assembled by Larry's Engine and Marine in Tucson.
This car was originally ordered with a 200 cubic inch 6, according to the VN, which is a T in the 5th spot. There's also an L code 256 as an upgrade from the 200. But that was then. Now it's a 427 cube small block stroker, aluminum heads, and lightweight, big engine, a lot of power.
Yeah, and it's been given the Boss Strike treatment, aluminum radiator upgrade. Really nice looking aftermarket wheels as well, but really great paint job on the fastback Mustang. So they started with the right body as far as to build it into this, Boss on steroids tribute, and they did a great job with it.
5-speed manual trans, and we have an internet bidder involved for this, what Ford called a sports roof. You might generically call it a fastback, but they trademarked that name. This one with the rear spoiler and a big bump to the hood instead of the usual shaker.
The wonky stock front suspension with those big spring towers has been replaced by a total control rack and pinion unit with coilover shocks. So again, more room for headers and engine equipment under the hood, and better suspension and steering up front thanks to that total control system.
$61,000. We'll send that to its new home. And here's a 1964 Chevy Corvette. Its 327 V8 has been fitted with modern cylinder heads and upgraded, and it has a Richmond Super T10 4-speed.
In 1964, you wouldn't have had the big block Corvettes, so you wouldn't have had this Stinger hood that was only for 1967. But it's a very popular modification to do on custom Corvettes because it looks fantastic. But yeah, the 327 V8 upgraded with modern heads, not an LS engine, but a bit of LS DNA in there. Really nice paint job, but they stopped short on the interior. A lot of it looks original as far as the grills, as far as the sort of saddle interior. I think that would take it to the next level. Otherwise, beautiful build.
You might tell there's some modern stuff under the hood, the small block Chevy. It's not an LS motor. I'm not sure where the descriptor got that. It's not an LS, but it's a modern Chevy pushrod engine, iron construction, top and bottom. Of course, independent rear suspension, new for 63, seen here in the 64. And disc brakes would come along in 65, but transverse leaf spring in the back, big iron thing, but better handling than a live axle and the parallel leaf springs of 1962.
You know, back in the day, if you had an early Stingray like this one, you might patrol the local junkyards looking for a totaled 67 so you could rob the Stinger hood, put it on your car, and make it look like it had a big block. That's what we all tried to do, with little success, I might add. So I think it looks just fine here.
Yeah, the hand-done pinstripe is a nice touch as well. I like how they accentuated this lines of the Stingray with it. Fake knockoff wheels there. They look like knockoff wheels, but it actually covers the remove with normal lug nuts. And yeah, the paint's also showing really well on this. I think that interior, taking it to the next level and finishing that out, and you would have a really nice custom Corvette.
It's a Richmond Super T10 4-speed transmission, not an overdrive piece, but again, it's stronger than a regular T10, Borg-Warner. Probably a 220 first gear, close ratio. And it does come with a matching black hardtop, not shown here, but it comes with the car.
I tell you, I think $51,000 for a two-top Stingray, that is a good buy. You can check out all the cars that have sold and will sell at Barrett-Jackson.com. Here's the Bronco that April previewed for us, and boy, I agree. In Brittany blue base coat, clear coat. I don't know, Tyler, better keep your bidder pass in your pocket. She really likes this one.
Well, I just spent all my money and then some, so I'm done. I'm very done. But yeah, I could definitely see myself owning this because that Brittany blue paint just gleams, and it's modified just right as far as the 302 V8, what you could get under the hood, but hopped up and prettied up for sure. Cut fenders with a perfect amount of lift, not too high where it's obnoxious, but just right to sort of do that modern off-road look. And yeah, all the details here are definitely looking right.
This does have a C4 automatic transmission. Little known fact is that you could not get an automatic transmission in one of these Broncos. They were strictly manual transmissions. 3-speed is what you got from the factory. You can add an automatic, which is what has been done here.
$73,000 in the Hammer Falls. And he's bought himself a Bronco. Well done. The beautiful cars and trucks just keep on coming to the Barrett-Jackson auction block, so stay with us. "30 years ago, remember Speed Vision? They brought Barrett-Jackson to your TV screen, and it's been on live TV ever since. My gosh, we were all so much younger then. But then as now, it was great cars crossing the block and finding new homes. January in Scottsdale and elsewhere around the country. Rick DeBrule and I are closing in on 25 years of coverage, and a lot of the Bill and Diane Cavas technical team have also been here for a couple of decades and more. And we are so proud to bring this auction to you in great detail, and a lot of fun and a lot of surprises. So back to the block for lot 513. This is a 93 Ford Mustang custom hatchback.
Well, final year for the Mighty Fox platform, 1993, but a heart transplant that was not installed by the factory. 5.4 4-valve 4-cam with a supercharger by VMP. Lots of power, and mightily it fits between the shock towers on this without any surgery. I like it.
Yeah, they're calling this an SVT Cobra recreation, but the reality is that Cobra engine back in 1993, I think would have pumped out more like 235 horsepower, something like that. This engine is delivering 614 horsepower. So this is what that Cobra back in the early 90s was dreaming it could potentially be. So they didn't try to actually recreate a real live, honest to goodness SVT Cobra from the early 90s. They took the idea and brought it up to the next level. I really like that.
It's fairly
Thought they had it sold. Nope, keeps going. And they point out they've modernized a lot of it. Got new suspension, wiring systems. They've really gone through, which is not something that happens to a lot of Fox bodies. It's nice to see the Fox bodies getting a little more love, especially with a combination of having the suspension upgrades together with that 614 horsepower engine.
It's a TR60
stage, one in the skybox.
6-speed manual transmission under the floor hump.
$57,000, the hammer price. And that sells to the skybox. Up in the Muscle Lounge. 1973, the final year of the first subset of the second generation Camaro. This one's got a 383 stroker V8 and a built TH350 automatic.
What's nice, that after 1972, Chevrolet and all of GM included a VIN number for the engine, 5th spot. This one has an H. It was born at 350. Now it has a 383, which is essentially a 350 with a stroker crank inside. So nice thing. The hood itself is made of steel. These are available cowl hoods made of steel from the aftermarket, not a factory piece, but I like what they've done. Automatic transmission, as Mike pointed out, turbo 350 is a tough piece. 3 speeds, not an overdrive, but all is good.
Earlier, we were talking about how the first generation Camaro was built on the Nova chassis, the newer Nova chassis, whereas the Mustang was built on the old Falcon chassis. And the reality is when the generation of Camaro came out, starting in 1970, it was even another generation. And really, this car, this 1973 Camaro, has a much better handling chassis than a 1973 Mustang would have had in its day. So the performance was there underneath. Of course, things were beginning to wane from a horsepower perspective, but underneath the chassis was delivering.
And as Mike pointed out earlier, the 12-bolt was gone after 1971, and it's placed for 72 and 73. The thing called the GM Corporate 10-bolt, which had an 8.5-inch ring gear, pretty rugged piece, and we have one under this car now.
Note the wide 8-crate grille, those large openings, that distinguishes the 72 and 73 Camaro from the 70 and 71, which had much smaller grille openings.
These wheels are kind of tricky. They look like magnesium with a stainless steel trim ring. That's actually stamped steel. They're pretty heavy, but they look like mags, and that works for me.
Yeah, they were the stock Z28 wheels as that car is hammered sold for a quite reasonable $29,000. Well, let's back up to the mid-50s for this Ford Thunderbird.
Here it is, the first year for the Baby Bird, 55, 6, and 7. And for many people, this is the purest of the bunch. By 57, had a longer tail, fins and stuff, but this would have had a 272 or a 292 Y-block engine, but it's been upgraded with a 351 Cleveland. And the Cleveland is a better engine than the Windsor, has canted valves, and an aftermarket Edelbrock aluminum intake hiding in blue paint. Little Holly 4-barrel, of course, an HEI style distributor hanging off the front. 4-speed manual transmission. Unlike the heart transplant, better, more powerful than the Y-block, and actually a little bit lighter.
You know, my son and I were walking around looking at cars this morning, and we were just marveling in the older cars how much room there is in the engine compartment. The fact that you could almost stand in there and work on it. And when that hood was up, you could see that there. Now, this has a lot of other custom touches that you can see that's been done. Obviously, to start with, the fact that we've got the bumpers that are now the same color as the body. So they haven't gone crazy on this. There's a few elements that they've added to it, but overall, it's got a relatively stock look. We've got these exhausts popping out there. But once again, this first year for the Baby Bird, and in this case, it's got a lot of nice modifications. More power, better wheels, and better brakes.
And now it has a new home for $40,000. Next is a 1985 Chevrolet C10 pickup. It's a short bed, 2-wheel drive with the base 305 V8 and a 4-speed overdrive automatic transmission. Sold new 11 miles from my house at Dayton Chevrolet in Yadkinville, North Carolina. Now, we're told this truck has only 154 actual miles. If trucks could talk, Rick,
Well, I've got a brief update. It's now up to 156.5 miles on the odometer. And check this out. It still has the plastic on the seats, still has the plastic on the floor covering. This is essentially a time capsule truck. This is literally exactly the way that it drove off of the dealership floor. And obviously it didn't drive very long. And we often talk about the fact, what's the story? Why didn't it go anywhere?
And here inside of the glove box, I think all the SPID, the service parts, identification sticker right there. It sells all the options from the axle ratio, the tires, the paint, all there. The DNA for the truck right there inside the glove box. Nice shape. Sometimes these peel and go away, but it's right there for under 100 miles on this. It makes sense that it's still crisp and new.
It's just a two-wheel drive, 305 cubic inch V8 engine, but it does have power steering, power brakes, air conditioning. They point out it's been garage kept. I think that's pretty obvious because, you know, in the intervening 4 decades. Wow, look at the number on this one.
There are collectors that buy odometers, especially ones with only 3 digits. We're at $105,000 for this 1985 short bed pickup that has hardly been driven.
In fact, take a look underneath here. Here's the spare tire, and you can still see the markings on the outside of the tires. So, boy, this is really exactly the way it was when it drove off of that floor. And I'd love to know the story. Why was it put away?
An interesting detail is the way the exhaust is handled on these things. Twin tailpipes coming out of a large single muffler. You can see right here. It's kind of a weird thing. It gives good flow, but without a whole lot of rumble. 2 pipes, that's factory stuff right there.
I don't know where this truck has been. I do know the Chevy dealer that sold it has been long since closed. And this is now the top retail sale of the auction. $120,000. Unbelievable.
And it seals the deal that square bodies are coming on strong. There's your proof.
And next up is a pair that Tyler showed us earlier. I don't think he's still napping in that travel trailer, but it's a 1954 Chevrolet 3100 5-window custom paired with a 1958 Santa Fe travel trailer. So one bid gets you both lots, the truck and the trailer.
Well, the yellow would match the Lotus Esprit he just bought. So, I mean, if he wants to keep with the yellow theme, I think it would work. Now, when you're looking at this truck from the outside, it looks like, well, it's been run pretty hard. Got plenty of paint chips, a variety of problems. But there, we're going to lift the hood, and you can see it's a lot more modern. That Cummins 4BT 3.9-liter turbo diesel.
It's an amazing surprise, and that's a 4-cylinder Cummins diesel right there. And, of course, the mechanical fuel injection right here is a pump. It's a turbocharged, small turbo on the right-hand side, but an eye-opening surprise to see the Cummins diesel. These are not light engines, so these are heavy-duty trucks, the 31 Series 3/4 tonner, and leaf springs up front, of course, big beam axles, so it can handle the weight of that diesel without any trouble.
So there's a little note here that says, just drove in from San Francisco Bay Area, 850 miles, pulling the yellow Washington trailer. The point is, this has been used, and if you look inside, it's very old school styling. Oh, we've got the old classic Formica flooring, but they've redone the seats, they've redone some of the wood. But, you know, it's, a lot of times we've seen a lot of people taking these and doing complete rebuilds. This is just updated.
$30,000 for Formica on the countertops, linoleum on the floor. Wow, very, very cool, and they bought it. The Barrett-Jackson Cup is back this year. From hundreds of applications, 47 vehicles were handpicked and on hand in Scottsdale to compete for the ultimate Best in Show and People's Choice Awards. These custom car and truck builders are the very best from across the country. 5 finalists are being chosen from this amazing collection of vehicles, and the winners will be announced during our live Saturday coverage on the History Channel. Today, the 3rd finalist was announced. It's this beautiful 1964 Chevrolet Corvette, powered by a General Motors LS3 crate engine rated at 525 horsepower. Good luck on Saturday, when we'll see if this sweet 64 Vet will win Ultimate Best in Show. Back to the auction block for this 1955 Ford Effie, a custom powered by a 460 cubic inch V8 paired with a C6 automatic.
Yeah, Lovely paint, sort of a tangerine orange, burnt orange, I dare say, almost a Mopar color from the 1960s and early 70s. Love the wheels, massive billet specialties, aluminum rims forged. Nice shape.
Wow, beautiful build. And I love the fact that the consignor points out that this car not just kept in a controlled environment, but it was started every 45 days at a minimum and run for 10 to 15 minutes. So a lot of times, like I say, when a car sits, I mean, it's great. It looks wonderful. But things start to dry and crack. Those seals need to be lubricated.
And it sells for $47,000. We had 2 floor bidders and an internet bidder involved. And there's the new owner. Now this 69 Chevy Camaro SS 354 speed with 37,000 miles, formerly owned by NASCAR Cup champion Kyle Busch.
And call me crazy, but knowing Kyle Busch, I'm going to bet there's been a few burnouts done in this. More than a couple donuts with the performance side of this thing. You know, of course, Kyle Busch, one of the greatest NASCAR drivers of our generation. More than 200 wins, a couple of championships. All-time winning, I think, Xfinity driver, and the fact that he bought this car, he could buy whatever he wanted in terms of, picking any Camaro. The fact that he chose this, I'm guessing it's really nice.
Now that one sells for $60,000. Kyle and his wife Samantha are going to be in Palm Beach in April to each sell a car from their collection. 1969, and here is a Pontiac GTO in charcoal gray.
Well, second year for this body style, which arrived in 1968. Of course, second year once again for the Endura front bumper, which is steel with a urethane face, painted to match the body, and does not have the hideaway headlights. That was an option. The hood is sexy, but doesn't work. These are blocked. That said, you could get a Ram Air engine, which those will become functional, but they're still very cool. They hope to sell the heck out of GTOs. Don't do anything, but they work and look really good.
Every GTO from 1964 to 69 had those scoops, and they were never functional.
Yeah, but it wasn't that hard to make them functional, but the reality is most people simply wanted the looks. All right, here's the question. What do you think of the gray? I mean, we see so many of these in, resale red or carousel red as the case may be. I don't know, the gray doesn't quite make it for me, but it's still a great looking car.
It's a little drab for my taste, but better than, yellow, right? It's probably a factory shade. Maybe freestyle, but dual exhaust, of course, standard feature on the GTO. And this is a real GTO with a 242 VIN prefix, so it's not a Le Mans made up to look like a GTO. It really is the great one here on the block.
And everybody has an opinion about their favorite GTO. I'm a huge fan of the 68 and 69 body style, this right here.
I'm with you, Rick. I think the color held this one back. $37,000 is the hammer price for that 69 Goat. We're going to stay in 1969 and in General Motors for the GTO's crosstown rival, the SS 396. This one with the L78 engine and a Muncie close ratio M21 4-speed.
The L78 was the killer 396 solid cam, 375 horsepower, aluminum intake right from the factory, Holley 4-barrel from the factory. Headers have been added, but with that said, otherwise it looks very stock under the hood. Higher compression than a lower performance, 350 or 325 horsepower 396s of the same year.
And the consignor points out this is in the L78 registry, so they're saying that basically that they've done what they need to do to show that it is the real deal. In fact, they've got a certificate of registration on the dash, an NCRS certification on the dash as well. And in this case, the color is dusk blue, and I even like the color.
I think it's the color of money. We're already at $67,000, way eclipsing that GTO that just crossed the block.
Subtle differences between the 1969 and 1970 Chevelles, but one of the things I really like about the 69 is this line right here. I call it a speed line. Looks like it's leaning forward.
Happy couple fellows, $70,000 is the hammer price. Each day before they're selling cars here on the auction block, Barrett-Jackson sells automobilia, everything from gas pumps to gum dispensers to kiddie rides to air pumps. It's all available here at Barrett-Jackson. 1970's wildest factory special was the Plymouth Roadrunner Superbird. With that nose and tail, it was built to dominate the super speedways of NASCAR, and did. Pete Hamilton won the Daytona 500 and both Talladega races in a Petty Enterprises Plymouth number 40. Welcome back to Westworld and the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, where center stage is currently a 1968 Chevrolet Chevelle Custom with a 454 V8.
Well, all new body styling for 1968, more round than the 67, a shorter wheelbase by 2 inches, 115 versus 117 for 66. But this one has a big block. It's a V8 car for sure, has a 136 VIN, not a super sport. With that said, it's got a big block and it's a good looking car.
$38,000 the hammer price for that Chevelle. We're going to back up a decade and a year to 1957 for this Chevy Bel Air with a small block V8 and a 4-speed transmission.
Well, and I like the build on this. It's got a nice little rake. They've lowered it slightly, just leans in just a touch. You know, you have to remember in 1957, they actually lowered the entire look of the Chevrolet between 1956 and 1957. They did it a couple ways. One, they went from 15-inch tires down to 14-inch tires. But significantly, they have a lower hood line. They got rid of the cowl inlet vents right there. They put them instead in the headlight. As a result, it has a lower look, and once again, lowering it even more gives it just a great stance, I believe.
And the mighty Bel Air, of course, was the top of the line. 1958 brought us the Impala, which is a whole different platform, but this is as good as it gets for 1957. That gas filler is hidden very discreetly behind this tail fin right here. It opens up to reveal the filler right there, hiding in plain sight.
Boy, all the hours I spent making $1.50 pumping gas in Tom Troy's Mobil station or Dick Evans Shell station or Charlie Reynolds Amoco all through college, you had to know where that gas cap was on every single car that came in. Otherwise, wasted a lot of time. People would start honking their horns, backing things up. Yeah, those were the days.
And now the only problem is you have to figure out where the button is inside. I had a rental car one night in the dark, and I was trying to figure out how to find the gas button. Took me forever.
$37,000 for that Bel Air. Now, the highest retail sale of the day was a car with just 3 digits on the odometer, and darned if Tyler hasn't found another one.
Yeah, this is pretty special here. The end of the line for the Pontiac Firebird, the Trans Am right here. 2002 Firebird Collector's Edition. And for the end of the line, they brought back the Screaming Chicken on the hood. Well, 2 of them, small ones, to really show off the Ram Air intake. And underneath, you can see there is that LS1 V8. You can see how the Ram Air works as far as the hog nose feeding air into the filter right here. But this one, a little over 2,000 of these made to signify the end of the Trans Am. And this one, yeah, the collector's edition, the collector put it away. So a little over 600 miles on the odometer and stored in a climate-controlled garage this entire time. So the paint, flawless. The tires, they look totally original. The interior, which you never see on these Trans Ams because there's a lot of, hard plastic and things that don't wear very well. And the leather, just looking brand new in the wrapper. It's so impressive to see one of these put away to this level. And of course, it's the end of the line for the Trans Am. 2002, they quit making them. They came out with a Pontiac GTO that wasn't as popular. And of course, Pontiac was gone by the end of the decade. So safe to say this is probably the last Trans Am.
A Dodge Challenger drag pack just sold for $47,000, not street legal. Race that one a quarter mile at a time. Now, speaking of Firebirds, this next car is a Trans Am Bandit custom conversion with a turbocharged 4.9-liter V8, 3-speed automatic, and it's one of 500 Coachworks conversions built for GM.
This is the turbo. Don't look for the shaker. Of course, these have an offset hood bulge, which makes clearance for the hood turbocharger, and of course it's a sheet thing, heat shield. And at the back of the scoop is a turbocharged indicator, normal, high, and medium. Those things light up with more or less boost. And this has been decapitated by Coachworks, and we should see a certification sticker inside the door, right down here on the bottom, the gold panel right there is a certificate from Coachworks showing that it's built by them and not a guy with a hacksaw. So nicely done. I'm sure underneath the rockers there's got to be a lot of girders to stiffen the body, because without the roof, it would be one flexible flyer without some stiffening under the body.
And these were sold by Pontiac dealers, correct? It was technically it wasn't built by Pontiac, it was done by Coachworks, but they were sold through dealers, so I'm assuming that you still had your factory warranty in place back then.
Yeah, the second generation Camaro and Firebird was never offered as a convertible by the factory.
In fact, the third gen, there were some convertibles built, but there were conversions done by ACC, or American Sunroof, ASC I should say, off campus by ASC for Chevrolet and Firebird owners. Again, convertible Firebirds and Camaros were built, but not on campus, but by ASC, a subcontractor to General Motors.
And it's a little awkward looking when you see the way it kind of comes up, a little bit of a humpback look then going back in there. This is not the way it would have been done if a factory had designed it from day one. Having said that, well, where else are you going to get one? I mean, doing all the work to make this work properly, as you said, stiffening up the chassis, all that type of thing. Not easy to do. You can't just chop the top off.
500 built. This was number 13. Rare, but it only gets up the hill toward desirable to the tune of $32,000. We've still got a lot of great cars across the auction block here in Scottsdale this evening, so stay right here.
Well, welcome back to Scottsdale. Out on McGuire's staging lanes, the cars are gathering before they come inside. Last chance to kick the tires, maybe talk to the owner. Last chance to look at it before it gets into the maelstrom that is the auction block. Inside right now, we got a 2007 Bentley Continental GTC.
Well, the C signifies convertible. Obviously, you can see the top is dropped on this one. But the Bentley Continental, an incredible car, piece of engineering with that twin-turbo W12 under the hood. Over 500 horsepower, all-wheel drive, and it really put Bentley back on the map after suffering for many decades, basically building the same car as the Rolls-Royce. So when Bentley went to Volkswagen around 2000, boy, they really did it right. And this one is spec'd beautifully as far as that wood rim steering wheel, all that wood everywhere, sort of a dark blue metallic paint, and way off its original MSRP, which would have been north of $200,000. So when these came out over 20 years ago, they made a big splash because it was the fastest four-seat car in the world, almost 200 miles per hour.
And $45,000, less than a quarter of probably what it sold for new. All right, that is a spectacular piece of machinery, true European luxury. Craig Jackson has a very special car that's going to cross the block this Saturday.
We have this iconic 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing Coupe. Fabulous restoration on this car. The car retains its matching numbers: chassis, body, engine, differential, and steering box. Powered by its correct 3-liter, the M198 fuel-injected inline-6 engine is paired with a 4-speed manual transmission. Look at the attention to detail in the restoration on this car. Absolutely spectacular. 100% of the hammer price of this vehicle will benefit the California Highway Patrol 1199 Foundation, which provides emergency assistance to California Highway Patrol employees and scholarships for their children. Checks every single box that you want for a Gullwing. Beautiful color combination, wonderful restoration, and selling for a great cause.
And once again, that will be crossing the block on Super Saturday, as will all of those cars that you see right there. Ford GTs, Porsches, McLarens, all collecting up there in the Showcase Pavilion. Right now, we got a 1995 BMW M3 up on the block.
This is the E36 generation of M3, and one of my favorites, most certainly. It came out in the 90s. This one's sort of a tribute to the M3 lightweight, sort of a homologation racing period of BMW M3, but it's not the real deal. Those stripes are definitely of the lightweight, but it's not otherwise. It's a very stock car. You can see inside the beautiful, full, luxurious interior, nothing stripped out, but still the desirable manual transmission. You could get these in an automatic, and if you did, well, the value is about half nowadays. Most of these want these with a manual transmission.
And it's all about the M series, of course. M standing for motorsport within the BMW world, and the Mercedes world is AMG, but in BMW it's M. And this car, when it was brand new, probably would have cost maybe $35,000, $40,000, and boy, now we're sitting here at $28,000. Not bad for maintaining its value over all that time.
Only 75,000 miles on the odometer, pretty low for their year, and most of these were high mileage cars that got beaten down by kids, so very few survived like this.
Well, that one just sold for $28,000. We've been talking about luxury cars. We got another one rolling up behind it. Another 2007 Bentley Continental GTC.
So it's said that the W12 engine was developed by Volkswagen by taking the VR6 motor that you would have got in many hot Volkswagens and kind of putting two together, and that's how the W12 existed. It continued on with the Bugatti Veyron. They have a W16 engine, so then you have 4 turbos with 16 cylinders, but it's all sort of in the same family. The Volkswagen VR6, the Bentley W12, and the Bugatti W16. So you get a bit of Bugatti, I feel like, with these Bentleys. And later this week, we do have a Super Sport selling that comes with Bugatti Veyron Cs. But once again, this one, very luxurious with that tan interior, the rich, very expensive looking wood, and yeah, that black Beluga exterior.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, the sticker price on this thing was close to $200,000, and this one only has about 32,000 miles on the odometer. The vehicle report is showing there was an accident, though, back in 2019, but still an awful lot of luxury for, at this point, closing in on $40,000.
I have one of these at home in a coupe with almost 90,000 miles on it. Still running and driving great. So they're very practical as well with the all-wheel drive, heated seats, all the luxuries. It doesn't feel dated to drive this thing, and I don't think they look dated as well. As far as the design, even though it's 20 years old now, it's aged really well.
Well, and of course they had to take the chassis, strengthen it up, add a little bit of weight to it because of the convertible, but it still moves pretty quickly. $41,000 for that 2007 Bentley Continental GTC with 552 horsepower coming out of that W12 engine. Well, behind it, something much, much simpler. How about a 1946 Chevy? This one's a 3100 pickup truck.
This would have had a 216 overhead valve, straight 6. It's been upgraded with 235. A little larger engine, but same basic guts. And these things have a cold start enrichment, not like a modern car which has fuel injections. This has a cable to pull the choke closed to enrich the mixture during cold start. So kind of rich, but no electronics here. The only electronics would be the 6-volt battery and electric headlights on this. So very, very rudimentary. Very basic, and that's what you had in 1946. It's a truck, after all.
Totally stock as far as the restoration, as far as the trim, as far as the drivetrain. Nothing really added to spoil that, but it's definitely over-restored in the way that it never looked this nice from the factory. As far as the paint job and that little striping on the cab, the paint's just gleaming, the wood bed with a nice veneer on it. It's just a beautiful, high-quality over-restoration, which doesn't hurt anything.
The car was originally owned, or was recently owned, by John Staluppi. It was part of his Cars of Dreams collection, and Staluppi doesn't buy any nasty cars. Only the best is what he'll find in his collection, and here on the block, a great piece from the John Staluppi collection.
Go back to 1946. Civilian production of trucks did not start until May, almost midway through the year. And this is 1946. This is arguably one of the earliest civilian pickup trucks built after World War II.
There's a hole right here for the crank in the event that the battery goes away. You pull that plug off and the crank would work right there to spin it over for you.
Oh, nice truck, and it was just sold for $44,000 to those folks right there. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills, maybe win an amazing prize in the process, you're going to want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. And right now, April Rose is going to preview one of the cars that you're going to have to predict the price on.
That's right, Rick. I'm with this 1968 Plymouth Roadrunner. I love these. They're so cool. Now, this one's a custom. You got your LED lights, painted front bumper. Now, come along the side. It's got these really sweet, big dog dish wheels hiding massive 13-inch rotors. And come here. You got the Roadrunner with the decal and the flaming hair coming through it. The nickname Road Rage, I think that's a perfect name for this ride. Now, here's the thing with black paint. It shows every single flaw. This one is laser straight to perfection. Even the trunk has been done. It wouldn't have been born like that. It is so cool. Now, you gotta see inside, hand-stitched, bright red leather. I mean, even the glove box is custom stitched with that unique pattern. And of course, sweet Hurst shifter controlling that 5-speed manual. Now, here's where it gets serious. Okay, she's got a supercharged 6.2 Red-Eye Hellcat V8 getting you 807 horsepower. Rick, this Roadrunner can outrun Wile E. Coyote every single time.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, April. That Roadrunner will cross the block this Saturday on January 24th. So, if you want to play the game, you better register right now. Terms and conditions apply. You know, you have to be 18 to play. Just visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for all of the official rules. And who knows, you could walk away with the grand prize for this year, a 2026 Dodge Charger Scat Pack Plus. Not going to be easy to predict the price of that one, but that's your job if you play the game. Up there right now on the block is a 1977 Chevy C10 Custom.
I love the use of color on this. The suspension is red, the unhurt is all red, but this has something special on the driver's side of the grille. That circular hole right there is the air intake for the turbo, which feeds the intake manifold. It's not a turbo, actually, a supercharger right there. It's a Root-style, Lysham-style twin-screw supercharger right there on top of a 6-liter V8.
Yeah, it's interesting because you'd see on the Hellcats, like what April previewed, the modern Hellcats, they take out a headlight and make that the air intake for the supercharged Hemi. So somebody sort of did that with the Chevy, taking that billet grill, cutting that hole in it to do the intake to get the freshest air coming into that supercharged V8. Overall, the quality of this thing pretty astounding as far as the two-tone paint, lowered just right, but still has a spray-in bed liner. And I see a little extra tank in the bed. I wonder if that's something to spray off the intercooler for the supercharger or something like that, but there's definitely a little extra tank there, maybe meth injection.
Say that's probably correct, Tyler, because that's to quell detonation. Does the job quite nicely. Maybe some ice. Yeah, it probably is a methanol injection system.
Ruby Red, $47,000 to that gentleman right there. They're doing fist bumps up on the stage. Not easy to buy. You got to have nerves of steel. Oh, yeah. You also have to have a checkbook as well. We'll be back. Beautiful day, beautiful cars here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Up on the block now, I love this. It's a 1963 Ford Econoline custom pickup. To me, this is the real world Diora.
It's true. You know, Chevrolet had a competitiveness in the Corvair pickup. Dodge, of course, the A100, which arrived in 1964. But this is Ford's bid on the compact pickup truck. Front-loaded engine. These were kind of tail light, so they have about 150-pound dead weight under the rear of the vehicle. It bolts under the bed. It's there. You can't see it with the bed in place, but a really cool piece right here. A very unusual V6 engine in this one.
Yeah, very unusual and very strange placement. So you see that aftermarket cup holder there next to the driver. That's where the engine lies, in between the two front seats. So, unlike the Volkswagens where it's mounted in the back, it's sitting right in between the driver and passenger on these.
Yeah, the cab forward layout, of course, the doghouse. I had an A100 van. I drove it around in LA a lot, and that's a pressure. That's a lot of heat in that thing. Take the lid off, and it's really hot. This one has an automatic, and once again, the drivetrain is a 4-liter V6 from a Ford Ranger. So modern internals in a very old package. I like the two-tone paint, the torque thrust wheels.
Well, there you go. Got a brand new owner at $34,000 right there. I think it's a good deal. I love that thing. Well, every day before the car sale here at Barrett-Jackson, they sell automobilia. Check out some of the things that sold this morning, like this, a 1940s. It's a restored Texaco service station department they used to use for checking and changing the oil. Well, this sold for $3,400. You say you like those porcelain signs? How about a 1960s mobile oil porcelain sign with a thermometer on the side? $5,200. Oh, check out this gas pump. It's a late 1950s, early 60s Texaco Fire service station gas pump, $6,800. That Fire Chief gas pump. Nicely restored. Once again, just a sample of what sells here at Barrett-Jackson. All right, a 1969 Yamaha. Well, okay, not just any Yamaha. One that's done to recreate the Bat Cycle.
This one is powered by a two-stroke Yamaha 305cc. Again, you have to mix the fuel and be ready for some blue smoke out the tailpipe with the two-stroke Yamaha engine.
Yeah, this is a tribute, not the actual one used in the Adam West TV shows or the movie. A little go-kart there to launch in the sidecar. But who is your favorite Batman? For me, it's Michael Keaton, the Tim Burton Batman movies.
Oh, no, I got to go to Adam West. And by the way, there's a great interview with Adam West where he talks about when Burt Ward was in this, and it was scary as all get out. It was frightening. They were supposed to have a little cart that's in there that runs off. Half the time it would run off in the wrong direction. Yeah, if you've ever seen video of this from the old Batman show, yeah, not a fun thing to ride in. All right, now this is something really cool. A 1958 MGA. Okay, it looks like an MGA, but what you really have to see is what's under the hood.
And this is a small block Ford. Great lightweight, thin wall casting, a modern V8, small block, of course, 289 cubic inches, replacing the 1500cc, almost twice, over twice the displacement of the original engine. I like the little styling touch here on the top of the fenders, these sort of grates. They look like vents, but beautiful on each side, chrome. A little flourish of on the sides. Disc brakes in the back.
Now, this is kind of a what if. So Carroll Shelby, of course, went to AC with their Ace to get a body, but what if Shelby went to MG and was using their bodies and put a 289 in it? Here's Steve Davis.
20's all. I'm going to go down.
I'll tell you what, if you go up and take a close look at this, whoever made this conversion did a really nice job. Apparently it wasn't that difficult to well, at least squeeze it in there from that perspective. But it's not just the fact that the engine was put in there. You know, the nice brakes, all the work that's been done. If you just saw this even as an MGA, it's a highly, highly done MGA. The fact that it's got this semi-Cobra inside, I think it's pretty cool.
Since the chassis has been reinforced, now these are body on frame. The frame itself is a small ladder, so probably they've made this tube squared off, so give it some strength to make it tougher so it wouldn't twist under the torque of the V8s.
And it does have a Ford 8-inch rear axle that was shortened so it could fit the MGA chassis.
Yeah, the 8-inch is a pretty rugged piece found in six-cylinder, well, small Mustangs, 289s.
Well, $29,000. I definitely guarantee you can't build it for that. So that's kind of a fun thing. We'll see it go off to a new owner. Barrett-Jackson.com. That is the place to go to get the full list of cars that are crossing the block during this Scottsdale auction week here at Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, a 1954 Dodge Custom Series wagon.
Pretty amazing piece. It's a field ambulance, or so it looks, and a gold wrap on this. It's not paint, it's not gold plate. It has a small block V8 Chevy Goodwrench motor under the hood, not a Cummins diesel, which would also a classic swap in these, but small block Chevy engine, good piece. Edelbrock 4-barrel, aluminum intake manifold. Yeah, automatic transmission, stick shift, 4-speed manual, granny gear. Inside you can see the original nomenclature, U.S. government stuff on the glove box on the right-hand side of the dash. Pretty cool. Nomenclature, military speak for ingredients.
Yeah, it looks like originally like a military troop carrier of some kind, maybe in an ambulance, but yeah, still the green military spec on the interior. Probably underneath the wrap, it's going to be that military green as well, but now it's wrapped in gold. Kind of reminds me of like a armored truck, an early armored truck, maybe to haul gold bars in it. The interior, well, it's kind of got a show going on. If you look inside, disco ball, lots of seating, TVs, pretty fun.
It still has the original enclosed U-joint style front axle, but with disc brakes, not something you found from the factory originally. So disc brake conversion kit adapted to that original front axle.
Tell you what, it looks like our control room. We got plenty of TVs along. Well, we don't have the disco ball, but we might actually. $20,000. I think it's pretty impressive to buy that from 1954 Dodge Custom with the gold wrap all on the outside. Just screaming to have somebody's logo put on the side. Let's go back into the Corvette world. How about a 1991 Corvette convertible?
3,066 miles on this one here. It's got the L98, which is a tune-port engine. Not a bad thing. 240 horsepower, aluminum heads, roller lifters, I should say. And this one has the automatic ZF 5-speed manual, 6-speed manual transmission, similar to what's used in the ZR1. And nice to have a stick shift in your Corvette convertible.
Also reported as a one-owner vehicle, so this person bought it new, put it away, showing a little over 3,000 miles on the odometer now, and they spec'd it with the manual transmission, which I think is pretty unusual with the convertibles, or maybe it's more of a 50-50 split, but I would definitely prefer it with that. Yeah, the white on the black leather. So whoever optioned this, ordered it, did a great job with the spec, and then put it away, preserved it, and now it's here at Barrett-Jackson over 30 years later. Pretty cool.
Has the window sticker, the bill of sale, the build sheet, all those documents, and once again, 3,066 miles. It's basically brand new.
Yeah, this is a baseline car. You know, if somebody has to restore one, this is the kind of car you want to be able to find to see exactly what it looked like when it came from the factory.
Yeah, let's get these pop-up headlights to do their thing. C4 headlights are just so cool.
I'll tell you what, not a bad deal. $40,000 for that 1991 Corvette with just 3,000 miles on the odometer. All of that original documentation as well. 2002 Pontiac Firebird, a Trans Am WS6, a collector's edition convertible. It's got a lot of names, and this is one that Tyler previewed. You know, this would match the Lotus Esprit you bought earlier. The color would be perfect.
We're not starting a theme of me previewing cars and then buying them. That's a one and done right here. But yeah, similar color and similar to that Lotus Esprit. Really, the end of an era for a legendary vehicle. The Trans Am, of course, coming out in the 1960s on the Camaro body, and that continued through the generations. So 4 generations of Camaro, 4 generations of Firebird, and the Trans Am 2002 the last year. So they wanted to go out with a bang, and that was the collector's edition. So the Screaming Chicken badges everywhere, graphics all over the place. Also in the headrests, more Screaming Chickens everywhere, and they built a lot of these, over 2,000 when it comes to collector's editions. So a lot of them were put away like this, but still pretty impressive. This one only 600 miles on it.
Well, it's been getting love letters from the Pontiac lovers. Those are actually Phoenix Rising graphics. That's why I call them Screaming Chickens. Well, that's what they are, but Phoenix Rising is another way to say it.
That's the more elegant way to say it, I suppose. They got a nickname. Unfortunately, I have worse nicknames for myself, for my friends. But yeah, the WS6 package as well. So the performance package as far as the better handling, suspension, brakes, that kind of stuff. So yeah, amazing that this thing got put away with 600 miles. But I think when you put collector's edition on it, a lot of people think, well, maybe I'll buy it and put it away and sell it 25 years later at Barrett-Jackson.
Stored in a climate-controlled garage, so we don't see any signs of surface rust having been outdoors. I see the calipers and all the iron bits on the brake discs are fresh and crisp as they would have been right off the showroom floor. It's nice. The original gray primer on the disc, nice.
$45,000 for that 2002 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am, the WS6, the collector's edition with just 600 miles on the odometer. How would you like to fill your garage with that collection of cars? The reality is you can do it here at Barrett-Jackson, but you better bring a pretty big checkbook. Oh yeah, the trucks too as well. No shortage of amazing machinery up in the Showcase Pavilion. You'll see all of these crossing the block. Most of those will be crossing the block on Super Saturday. Boy, what a day it is going to be. Up on the block right now, we got a 1978 Chevy K5 Blazer.
When the Blazer debuted in 1970 through 75, the top could be removed. In fact, it was basically a convertible with a fixed A-frame for the windshield. But for 1976, the mandated half roof was part of the picture to suit the shoulder harnesses, so the cab had to be bolted down and was not removable. The front half of the cab is fixed in place permanently, but that was change came in 1976. This is 1978, 2 years after that change came to be.
Yeah, usually you see this level of quality in the earlier ones where it's a full convertible, but this one done up very nice with a slight lift, beautiful paint job, and a plaid interior throughout. So everything done up on this truck to a very high quality.
Well, they said they started with a truck that was originally here in Arizona, so no rust. They then took the restoration on that. I love the Rally Red, the Arctic White inserts, $48,000. All right, you like your 2-ton Chevys? Or should you say your 2-tone Chevys? How about a 1978 Chevy K10? This is a Cheyenne Super pickup.
Nicely presented. The 2-tone paint schemes on these were factory stuff. And this one has the 350 with the 3-speed Hydromatic and the 2-speed transfer case. Beautiful paint on this, metallic blue.
And it's almost unusual nowadays to see something in its stock ride height, but that's what this appears this one has. No extra leaf springs added, maybe slightly oversized all-terrain tires to modernize it a bit. But yeah, this started as a factory 4-wheel drive short bed and then restored to a very high degree.
Got the big glass window. The floor of the bed is painted and still very blemish-free, minimal use, if any, after the restoration. That's probably how it should be. I'm sure this is never going to be used again for work. Maybe hauling trophies home from shows. It's a very presentable. A trophy winner at a car show, I'm sure. Nice work.
Yeah, no spray and bed liner on this one, so it would be a shame to actually use it again as a truck. And that metallic 2-tone, I think there's a bit more metallic than you would have had from the factory. So they did, kind of over-restore it a little bit in that sense, but no complaints at all. The 2-tone is definitely the popular way to do these trucks when you do, restoration or light customization. But this one, they were pretty sympathetic to keeping it as original as possible.
Yeah, square bodies are coming on strong. As we saw, that low-mile K10 sold for good money. This is doing pretty good too.
$41,000 to those folks. Congratulations. They look pretty excited that they came away with that one. All right. Barrett-Jackson CEO Craig Jackson has his eyes on a pretty impressive 1970 CUDA.
I am super excited about the car we have here, a 1970 Plymouth CUDA convertible. Now this has a rotisserie restoration done to it. This is a V-Code 446-pack V8 engine rated at 390 horsepower, backed by the 4-speed transmission with the pistol grip shifter and a Dana 60 track pack rear axle. Super rare car. They only made 29 446-pack CUDA convertibles in 1970. Of those, only 17 had the 4-speed manual transmission. This is an opportunity. You want a super rare muscle car? This is it.
That qualifies as both rare and desirable, and it'll be crossing the block on Super Saturday coming up this week. 1965 Chevy Impala SS up on the block.
Well, for 1965, everything about the Impala and all full-size Chevys was brand new. The body, of course, the perimeter frame replaced the X-frame in 64 back to 58. And the body on this, for a full-size car, is a sleek use of a fastback. Usually fastbacks don't look good on big cars. Well, here, that rule is broken. Very graceful, beautiful design. I love this car. It's a Super Sport 327 automatic.
$36,000 away it goes to a brand new owner for that 1965 Impala SS. All right, if you like your Impala SSs, let's roll the clock forward about 31 years to 1996. This is what this generation looked like. It's up on the block right now.
So the final year of this body style of Impala SS and the last of the rear-wheel drive Impalas. I think there was one more generation where it's front-wheel drive. This is really, I feel like, the last real Impala SS, and it got that LT1 V8 under the hood, automatic transmission, rear-wheel drive. And what's interesting is we had this car's sister sell yesterday, the Cadillac Fleetwood Brougham. Same engine, 260 horsepower, same color, made on the same production line. and we rocked the block for $93,000. Now that thing only had 8,000 miles on it, but in the same production line in Arlington, Texas, you had the Impala and the Caprice, the police cars and the taxi cabs. You had the Buick Roadmaster sedans and the estate wagons, and you had the Cadillac Fleetwood, all basically on the same platform. 1996, the last year of it, and that's what this Impala is.
What this basically is, it's a 9C1 police vehicle. Same package, same brakes, same engine, everything else. Big coolers with a much sexier external Impala SS. And great example of beauty. These were made for 3 or 4 years in the late 1990s, mid-1990s. Dual exhaust LT1 motor, 260 horsepower net. That's 14-second quarter mile. For a big car like this, it's pretty potent.
Well, just 7,500 miles. They've got the original window sticker, all the factory manuals. Boy, it's just been a time capsule. And I love this color, this dark cherry metallic.
The driver says only 7,500 miles on this one. I think a lot more of these were collector grade as far as people thought to put them away, and not as much as the Fleetwoods that we saw yesterday with that crazy number, because I never see low mileage Fleetwoods, but we do see a lot more of these Impala SSs. Still, very special machine that I think is definitely a good buy right now to buy, put away, and you know, if you're investing in a car long term, this is a good one to start.
Well, congratulations to that gentleman right there. They're getting high fives. $35,000 for a 1996 Chevy Impala SS that is practically new. We're going to take a quick break here from our coverage at Barrett-Jackson. We're winding down our Wednesday coverage, but still plenty of cars left across the block. Don't go away. Who knows what you'll want to see.
Beautiful vehicles inside and out at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Here's a 72 Chevrolet Nova Custom Coupe, just hammered sold at $32,000. 350 V8, 350 automatic, a lot of nice modifications. Here's the second generation Plymouth Barracuda, this one from 1969 with the Borden Stroke 340 V8 and automatic.
Well, it has 340 M's on the front fenders. It was born in F-code 273 car. That's okay. The 340 is not a bad thing at all. It's been given a 340 transplant. I like they kept the original small bolt wheels. Those are big bolt conversions. Wilwood disc brakes up front, automatic transmission, and Wilwoods in the back too.
This was the last year that the Barracuda had 3 different body styles: coupe, convertible, and the fastback here.
Well, of course, the next year, obviously everything changes in the Barracuda world. They go to that G-body that is just, you know, like, the style of Cuda that everybody loves today. In fact, we've got that 1970 that Craig Jackson previewed just a little while ago. The thing about this is it didn't really have the same dimensions as that Mustang or a Camaro did. It was a little bit longer. It wasn't until 1970 that they really got the dimensions right. It's a little unfortunate that Chrysler was a little late coming to the table and getting the dimensions right. They nailed it, though, in 1970. But for 1969, this was the way you could do it with a Barracuda, and they made 32,000 of these.
$25,000 sends that one to a new home. I remember 1965, I was the happiest 15-year-old in Connecticut because my dad drove home in a brand new Pontiac GTO, teal turquoise white interior. Loved that car so much that 4 years later, I bought one that looked just like this. It was a 65 GTO 2-door coupe, white. Mine had a bright blue interior and had, I don't know, 1 million miles on it. But boy, what a great car.
My dad drove home in a Volkswagen, and I bought one of those years later. So apparently we, you know, fathers and sons, we follow the same story.
This one is a pillar coupe, not the hardtop that's more typically associated with the mighty Great One GTO, the sedan with full door frames, 389 in place. This is a real GTO. The PHS, Pontiac Historical Society, has verified that fact.
Yeah, it does have the tri-power, the triple carburetor and the 4-speed manual, so definitely the enthusiast choice. Mike Joy would have been jumping for joy back a long time ago and still today.
Now, the GTO was not a separate model in 1965. It was an option package on the Pontiac Tempest Le Mans. So getting that PHS documentation to prove that it's the real deal, that is very important to preserving value on one of these.
That's right, Mike. 1966 was the first year that the 242 prefix arrived to verify the GTO and removed out. But 64 and 5, there's no VIN and like that, so PHS is the golden rule for validation.
Now, this one had a branded title. It's a restored salvage car. That may have held the number back to $34,000. April?
Hey, Mike, you never know what you're going to see here at Barrett-Jackson. Check this beauty out. 2010 Camaro with the Trans Am conversion. You got that beautiful screaming chicken reaching across the clamshell hood. Now, this was actually hand painted, and it looks pretty sweet, if you don't mind me saying. You got the Pontiac logo right up front, the cat eye grill. Come along the side. Snowflake wheels, but they're bigger with the Trans Am. That screaming chicken right in the middle. They put the vents in, because normally on the Camaro, you'd see the gills right in the back. Also, you got that screaming chicken right in the headrest, too. This is such a sweet ride. We're going back. We're going farther back. Pinstriping details throughout. I mean, this is such a sweet ride. Now, the heart is what you'd find in the Camaro SS. It's a 6.2 LS3, and it does have a non-functional intake that pops through the hood, just like back in the day. Mike, what do you think?
I think that's really, really cool. And so is this El Camino that's on the block. It's electric. It is not an internal combustion engine power plant. This is an Electramino. What do you think, Rick?
Yeah, pretty interesting that they've done this. They call it the EV Camino. I think they just call it the E-Camino. I think that would work even better. They got a couple of big battery banks in the back. And we are starting to see more and more of the classic old cars being converted to electric. And there are companies out there doing the conversion.
For $30,000, it has a new owner. I'd say that is a buy. It has an estimated 150-mile range with its 2 electric motors. Here's a 72 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup with a 454 big block rated at 475 horsepower and a 3-speed automatic.
Well, the 454 wasn't available in this pickup truck until 1973, so you had either a 402, but that's okay. The 454 bolts right in. Nice to see it there with the iron heads, aluminum intake manifold, it's a Y-ends, dual plane, and a Holley 4-barrel carburetor. Nice serpentine belt set up on the front, billet aluminum brackets and headers. Nice presentation under the hood.
Yeah, 475 horsepower. Of course, this generation from 1967 to 1972, really the most desirable. The only question is, what kind of bed do you want? Do you want a step side? Do you want the fleet side? Go either way. In this case, we got the step side.
Yeah, and that step side bed, they did do a spray-in bed liner, so you could actually use it for a truck. And yeah, Rick, what do you got?
Let's take a peek under this black beauty with the chassis cam, and of course we're going to see the underside of that big block, and there's going to be an automatic transmission behind it. The mighty Turbo 400 with a 2500 stall speed, chrome pan, nice exhaust, frame. This is the coil spring rear suspension. Leaf springs are also possible. Big 12-volt truck axle, so leaf springs were possible. Coils on this one here, wooden bed floor.
Those are 20 by 8-inch wheels in the front, 20 by 10s in the back, and it sells for $32,000. Here's a car we previewed earlier with its plaid upholstery. It's a 1954 Volkswagen Type 1 custom sliding ragtop.
Hey, what I like everything about this, Nick. I was talking with the builder just a little while ago. He's had this for a long time, and he's slowly but surely done a whole wide variety of things to it. We'll start up front by talking about the fact that these are Porsche-style headlights right there, and in fact, you can see Porsche-style rear-view mirrors. This does have the sliding roof inside, but what's really significant is what they've done in the back. And that's the fact that, let's get this open, we've got a 2,275 cubic inch reworked Volkswagen engine, that flat 4, air-cooled, a lot more horsepower than this thing would have been born with. This is a correct oval window. You'll notice that. And when you go to the front, it's got a smaller front window as well. So a lot of distinctions. Even though the body style didn't change an awful lot over the years, there's some subtle differences.
One thing you won't find in this is the gas filler door on the cowl on the side. It's under the hood. The gas tank's under the hood.
$35,000 is the hammer price for that Volkswagen. Handshakes all around. We've still got a good group of cars across the block here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale on Wednesday, so stick around. Nightfall at Westworld in Scottsdale, up on the northeast corner of the 101 around Phoenix. That's where we are for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Lights ablaze in the auction area and the auction arena, where center stage is currently occupied by this 1974 Chevrolet K5 Blazer with the numbers matching 350 V8 and 3-speed automatic.
Light modifications has been restored. It's got a chassis lift kit, and this is the convertible version of the Blazer from 1970 through 1975. 76 brought a half cab, but here it is wide open with the top removed.
Yeah, these aren't often showed here up on the block with a hard top off, so it's kind of neat to see how it all works as far as all the bolts that go down the rear quarter. And this one has not had a roll bar added. It didn't have a roll bar from the factory. A lot of times they put that in there for the extra safety, but this one, yeah, pretty faithful. Other than the lift kit, very faithful restoration, if you will, with the Cheyenne package from the factory.
Fully restored. The color is Skyline Blue. That is a factory paint code 1503.
Yeah, you can see the vinyl interior, everything very correct on the inside as well. Vinyl buckets with that center console. And because it's the Cheyenne package, it's a little fancier, so you get wood from the finest plastic trees as well on the inside to give you that luxurious feel and look.
This has the optional fuel tank shield, a nice thing to have if you're really going off-roading. It's a factory option.
$47,000. Tyler, did you mean the plastic trees like all my model car parts came attached to?
There you go, yeah, exactly.
Something like that, okay. Here's Rick.
Well, and I'm here with, of course, Craig Jackson, Steve Davis, and boy, what a wild Wednesday it's been. We've had 7 six-figure cars, a couple for charity, but the amazing thing was that 1985 Ford brand new truck that sold today.
You know, it's reminiscent of the night before with the Cadillac. So low mileage cars, as we say, they're only original once. And if somebody buys these cars and puts them away, you know, a lot of people say it doesn't make sense, but you can see there it paid off.
$120,000. All right, Wild Wednesday's over. The thrills of Thursday are coming. What do we have tomorrow, Steve?
Well, same thing, Rick. Who knows what we're going to be talking about tomorrow? The trend we're seeing now, look for some real low mile, either GM, Ford, or who knows what. But some great stuff tomorrow. We've got some great muscle cars. We've got some more incredible 4x4s, Blazers, Broncos. Everything we have is just like we had today, only a little bit better and a whole lot more expensive.
And more charity cars tomorrow as well, more great causes.
Absolutely. We'll kick up the charity cars with the Pinnacle on Saturday with the ZR1X and the Dark Horse. But we have a lot of great cars for great causes coming.
All right, you guys still got to get back to work. We still have another 15 minutes of airtime. You got more cars to sell. Get up there.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to toss it back up to Mike.
Thanks, Rick. This car is a Phantom, something the factory could have built but didn't. It is a 2010 Camaro 2SS converted by Straight Edge Auto Restoration into what a Trans Am would have looked like if Pontiac had survived and made them in 2010. It's just hammered sold for $30,000. The original MSRP on this Bentley Continental GTC was $189,000.
Well, pretty impressive MSRP, but a very impressive car. And this one, the spec, we've seen a few today. This one beautiful in that kind of deep pearl white, the rich leather interior as well, made from the finest real trees on this one, Mike. No plastic on this one. And yeah, W12 engine under the hood, all-wheel drive, so incredible performance as well, along with incredible luxury.
Now, it's been well enjoyed. It has 67,000 miles on the clock. Has the Mulliner premium alloy wheels, the convenience and comfort packages, 12-speaker premium audio system. Beautiful car.
Yeah, the all-wheel drive system on these makes it good for in the snow as well. I drive mine in the snow.
$35,000, a mere fraction of its original price. The auction hall still a beehive of activity here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. A lot of great automobilia at Barrett-Jackson, where a 2006 Bentley Continental Flying Spur with 33,000 miles just sold for $30,000. Now here's an 87 Chevy C10 short bed custom pickup, 350 V8, 700 R4 automatic.
Of course, you know, we see those C10s from 67 to 72 that, well, that's the sweet spot of the truck collecting hobby right now. But there's nothing wrong with these. I mean, you know, you're looking at a 15 years later from a styling perspective, but it's got a nice smooth side. And in this case, it's got a 350 small block V8, 4-speed automatic transmission. And I like that color, Bayside Blue.
I think I'm seeing airbag suspension. The front wheels are a very bizarre camber, so I'm sure the airbags are deflated right now. And interesting on this one, has the base grille with only 2 headlights. The Cheyenne grille was also possible with 4 headlights up front for a more swifty appearance. At the back has the valance bumper delete effort. And I love the way the valance has been molded into the quarter panels.
Yeah, this one is the Scottsdale trim, as you can see, or at least the badge applied to it, one of the trim levels of the Chevy. But inside, looks like it has been modified a bit. That bench isn't a fabric that would have been from the factory. It looks like it was originally a blue seat, but they had a black carpet. Looks great.
$25,000 plus the 10% buyer's premium sends that to its new owner. Well, today's top sales, first the top retail sale. 85 Chevy C10 pickup, 305 automatic. No big deal, right? How about the odometer? 154 actual miles. Two bidders fought it out to $120,000. That was the top retail sale of the day. The top charity sale was this 2025 Indian Sport Chief RT motorcycle with the entire hammer price of $180,000, benefiting Folds of Honor. Well done. Here's a 2004 Panoz Esperante GT convertible.
Well, a very interesting car. I believe these are built in Brazil, possibly. Not sure where they're built, but they're American engines, of course. The dual head camera motor right there. This one has 6-speed manual transmission. And, of course, the Ford Cobra instrument panel molded in place and borrowed from the Ford parts bin.
Well, this is special. This is a GT. I think they only made like 14 of these. So the fact that this is up here on the auction block is pretty special. I think the next one above this was the GT-LM, but still, just a GT. Very rare and very desirable in the collector world.
16,000 actual miles.
Where were these built? Where were these assembled?
I love the interior where they put the Ford Mustang instrument panel in the center there. So it looks like a Mustang Mach 1 on this one.
$31,000 for this very rare Panoz.
So there was a bid that came in literally at the last second. He was down right below the auctioneer, waving at him, and they're saying, okay, maybe we'll let you do it.
Butch Bachmeyer from Park Place, Bellevue, Washington, and Dave Bingham. They're pretty inseparable here on the auction block. Great guys. And they have a great dealership, and they see something in this Panos. Hand up in the back. So one bidder on the stage, one on the floor, and the auctioneer lets them fight it out, and Butch has the car for $36,000. The Centerpoint collection will sell here beginning tomorrow and through the weekend. Rick DeBrule gives us a preview.
The Centerpoint collection has more than 20 cars, from 1950s muscle to the precision and design of modern machinery. And the collection was put together with a simple philosophy: find cars that make your pulse pop. If they can be driven, drive them. And if not, fix them up. Like this 1970 Shelby GT500, powered by its matching numbers 428 cubic inch Cobra Jet engine, paired with a matching numbers automatic transmission. Mostly original, beautiful. Want something more modern? Well, check out this 2011 Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG Gullwing Coupe. It pays tribute to one of the most iconic designs in automotive history. It's got a 6.2-liter naturally aspirated V8 that produces 563 horsepower. Finally, how about a pair of very rare Vipers? Two 2008 Dodge Viper SRT10s, but these are Hurst 50th Anniversary Limited Series editions. One is a coupe, number 1 of the 50 produced. The other, a convertible. It's number 2. The Centerpoint collection, decades of style and performance.
We're at $48,000 bid on this 1987 Chevrolet Silverado custom pickup with a 350 and a 4-speed automatic.
This one has fuel injection, and Chevy was very proud of that fact. Got an emblem on the tailgate. Right over here says fuel injection, electronic fuel injection, new for the 87 model year.
Yeah, factory frost white.
31,000 miles, $49,000. Here's April.
Hey, Mike, right now I'm with a car that's going to sell tomorrow, 1970 Corvette. I love the look of the C3 with this leading edge cutting through the wind. You got your Chevy cross flags up front, pop-up headlights, beautiful sculpted lines. You got the gills right on the side, big hips, and the spoiler molded right into the body. She is just gorgeous. Now, it's got its matching numbers, LS5, 390 horsepower, but the real story is it has 500 pound-feet of torque, which means it can move the earth. It's an NCRS Top Flight Award winner, so it's been thoroughly looked through and certified to be correct. This will be fun to watch cross the block tomorrow. Mike?
Thanks, April. We'll look forward to that. Here's a 2008 AM General Hummer H1 custom SUV.
Well, you know it's not a Humvee because the driver is awfully exposed here. Not only do you have the side open, but you got the doors, which have been lightened. Don't think it saves a lot of weight on this thing, but you know, having these cutouts do save a little bit of weight.
You can see inside the circular right there, the Top Gunner. That's the location, been patched over. The circle right there, the Top Gunner location right there. Certainly a former military vehicle.
And this one doesn't have a key. None of the military Hummers had a key, so some people will retrofit it to have it. Basically, to start it, you run the glow plug, wait for that light to quit flashing, and then start it.
You know, talking about weight saving on a Hummer is like talking about throwing deck chairs off the Titanic to keep it from sinking. $37,000 for that AM General Hummer. 1972, here's a Ford Mustang custom convertible.
This one was born a 302 car, F code, next to last year for convertibles in Mustang land.
Now it's got a 331 stroker V8, and I love this, to be honest with you, because you know we don't see too many people really hot rodding this generation, the 1972. Everybody wants to go with the 1970 and earlier. I love the paint job on this. It's called let's see, custom red. Boy, everything about this is pretty nice. And once again, this is not a car you would normally see customized.
Yeah, nicely upgraded interior as well. Oh, sorry about that, Max. But yeah, Dakota Digital gauges in there, K&N shifter, and a few extra gauges for the, fuel and the temperature and all that stuff. So nicely upgraded inside as well.
It's riding on a nice set of Chip Foose wheels.
Disc brakes up front. They've still kept the drums in the back, so they haven't gone over the top with this because, once again, it's a 72. There's a limited number of people who are going to spend a lot of money. But I like the fact that they've gone the distance on these. My son loves this generation of Mustang. He'd love to take this one home.
$28,000 it sells on the stage. And that is the final hammer that we're going to see today here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Still, they have some cars to sell. They start selling cars a couple of hours before we come on the air, and they will continue after we're done. So if you have the opportunity to visit Scottsdale anytime the rest of this week, come on out and see us at Barrett-Jackson, world's greatest collector car auction. We'll be back on the air tomorrow on FYI, and coverage will continue through the weekend on FYI and the History Channel. So that'll wrap up another couple of hours of our Barrett-Jackson coverage today on FYI. But we still have 28 hours of live auction action coming your way this week. Here's a look at the schedule. Be sure to be with us. Maybe you'll see your dream ride cross the block, and we're going to see some charity cars go for jaw-dropping numbers.